Siz kulaklığı... Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, lütfen yerinize oturabilir misiniz? Etkinliğimiz başlamak üzere. Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hoş geldiniz. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back and welcome to Ankara and welcome back to the plenary stage of the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. We are also broadcasting live, so welcome to those of you who are joining us now online. I'm Maria Ramos. I'm a television news anchor for Turkey's international news channel, TRT World, and I'm also a master of ceremonies today. It's such a pleasure to be with you here today for the NATO Summit Defence Industry Forum. This morning, as so many of you heard, the NATO Secretary General and the Deputy Secretary General made a series of important announcements. And they demonstrated how the alliance is uniting, innovating, and also delivering on production capacity and also on the capabilities that matter the most. And you can read all about these announcements on the NATO website and also, of course, in the press. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an amazing and very rich afternoon ahead for you today. And we have gathered here heads of state, ministers, CEOs from a very wide range of industries. And they will be sharing how NATO is working to deliver on its commitment to rapidly ramp up defense industrial production and innovation across the alliance. And before we begin, please, phones on silent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Minister of National Defense of Turkey, Yaşar Güler. Excellency, the stage is yours.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım,
Your Excellency,
Sayın
Mr.
Genel
Vice
Sekreter,
President, Mr.
Sayın
Secretary General,
Bakanlar, değerli
Honorable
komutanlar,
Ministers, distinguished
savunma
commanders,
sanayinin değerli
esteemed
temsilcileri ve
representatives of defense
kıymetli
industry,
konuklar,
and dear
sizleri
guests,
saygıyla
I
selamlıyorum.
greet you all with utmost respect.
NATO Savunma Sanayi Forumu vesilesiyle
It's a
sizlerle bir
great
arada
pleasure to be with you on the
bulunmaktan büyük bir
occasion of NATO
memnuniyet
Defense
duyuyorum.
Industry Forum today.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı
Your
Yardımcım,
Excellency,
saygıdeğer
Mr. Vice
konuklar.
President, esteemed
NATO
guests,
zirvesi kapsamında
at this
düzenlenen bu
forum held
forumda
as part of the NATO Summit,
ittifakımızın gelecekteki
we are addressing
caydırıcılık
one of the most
ve
critical
savunma
areas
mimarisini
that
şekillendirecek
will shape the
en
future
kritik
deterrence and
alanlardan
defense
birini,
architecture of our
yani
alliance.
savunma
Our
sanayi
defense industrial
kapasitemizi,
capacity
üretim gücümüzü
production
ve
power
yenilikçi kabiliyetlerimizi
and our
ele
innovative
alıyoruz.
capabilities.
İçinde bulunduğumuz güvenlik ortamı
The security
bizlere
environment we are
çok açık
facing
bir
today
gerçeği
reminds us
hatırlatmaktadır.
of a very clear fact.
Ülkeler
In
egemenliklerini,
order to protect
hak ve
their
menfaatlerini
sovereignty,
koruyabilmeleri
rights and
için
interests,
güçlü bir
countries
devlet
must have a
yapısına,
strong state structure,
etkin bir diplomasiye,
effective diplomacy,
caydırıcı bir
deterrent
askeri
military
kapasiteye ve sürdürülebilir bir
sustainable
savunma
defense
sanayi
industry
ekosistemine sahip olmalıdır. Bu çerçevede NATO'nun
In
kolektif
this
savunma
context,
anlayışı
NATO's collective
ve
defense
müttefikler
approach,
arasındaki
solidarity,
dayanışma ruhu
and the
ve
determination to
birlikte
act
hareket
together
etme kararlılığı
are more
bugün
important
her zamankinden daha fazla önem taşımaktadır.
today than ever before.
Bu kararlılığı destekleyen üretim kapasitesi,
The production capacity,
mühimmat stoku,
ammunition
platform
stocks,
modernizasyonu,
platform modernization,
sürdürülebilir tedarik
sustainable supply
zincirleri
chains,
ve
and
hızlı
an
uyum
adaptive defense
sağlayabilen
industrial ecosystem
sanayi
to
ekosistemi
support
de
that
bir
determination
o kadar
are
hayatidir.
equally vital.
Nitekim
Indeed,
Ukrayna'daki savaş,
the
modern
war in
harp
Ukraine
ortamında mühimmat
has shown
tedariki
how
hızının,
decisive the pace of
insansız
ammunition
sistemlerin,
supply,
hava ve
unmanned
füze
systems,
savunmasının,
air and missile
elektronik
defense,
harbin ve
electronic
hızlı
warfare,
inovasyonun
and rapid
ne
innovation
kadar
are in
belirleyici
modern
olduğunu
warfare.
göstermiştir. Son dönemde Hürmüz Boğazı ve çevresinde yaşanan gelişmeler
Recent
ise
developments around the Strait of
ulaştırma
Hormuz
hatları
have once
güvenliğiyle
again demonstrated
tedarik
that
zinciri
the
yönetiminin
security of lines of
artık savunma
communication
planlamasının
and supply
ayrılmaz
chain
bir
management
parçası
are
olduğunu
now
bir
an
kez
integral
daha
parts
ortaya
of
koymuştur.
defense planning.
Bu nedenle artık hepimiz için temel soru
Therefore,
şudur:
the fundamental question for all of us
taahhütlerimizi
is
ne kadar
how
hızlı,
quickly can we turn
gerçek
our
kabiliyetiyle
commitments into
ve
real
kabiliyete
capabilities.
dönüştürebiliyoruz? Ankara zirvesinin ana hedeflerinden biri
This is
de
precisely one of the main
müttefiklerin savunma
objectives of the
yatırımındaki
Ankara Summit.
artışlarını göstermeleri,
Allies demonstrating the
yeni
increase in
yetenek
their defense
hedeflerine
investments,
ulaşmaları,
meeting new
üretim
capability targets,
kapasitelerini büyütmeleri
expanding production capacity,
ve daha güçlü,
and building a
daha
stronger,
yenilikçi,
more innovative,
daha dayanıklı
and
bir
more resilient
transatlantik savunma sanayi
defense industrial
tabanını
base.
inşa etmeleridir. Bu bilinçle hareket eden Türkiye,
With this mindset,
savunma
Turkey has
sanayindeki
brought
yerli
its
ve milli
domestic and
üretim
national industrial
kapasitesini,
production capacity
mühendislik
and engineering
altyapısını
infrastructure
küresel ölçekte
to a
dikkat
level
çeken
that attracts
bir seviyeye
attention globally.
ulaştırmıştır. Bugün kara, deniz ve hava
Today, we
platformlarından
possess significant
insansız
capabilities
sistemlere,
across a wide spectrum,
elektronik
from
harp
land,
kabiliyetlerinden
naval,
hava
and
savunma
air
çözümlerine
platforms
kadar
to unmanned systems,
geniş bir
electronic
alanda
warfare capabilities,
önemli
and
yetkinliklere
air defense
sahibiz.
solutions.
Nitekim tersanelerimizde onlarca
Indeed,
askeri gemi
dozens of
eş
military
zamanlı
vessels
olarak
are
inşa
being
edilmektedir.
built simultaneously in
Türkiye,
our shipyards.
deniz platformları üretiminde sadece
Turkey has
kendi
a level of
ihtiyaçlarını
naval platform
karşılayan değil,
production capacity
aynı
which
zamanda
meets her own
müttefiklerine
requirements and
ve
also
ortaklarına
contributes
da
to allies
katkı
and
sunabilen
partners.
ölçekte bir kapasiteye sahiptir. Kara gücümüzün modernizasyonu kapsamında
Regarding the
Altay
modernization of our land
ana
forces,
muharebe
the serial
tankımızın seri
production phase
üretim
of our
safhası,
Altay main battle
zırhlı
tank
kara
is
araçları
a
alanında
concrete
ulaştığımız
demonstration of the technological
teknolojik
and
ve
industrial
endüstriyel seviyenin
level
somut
we have reached in
göstergeleridir.
armored land systems.
Kaan programı,
In the
hava
air
harekat
domain,
alanında
the
Türkiye'nin
Kaan
yüksek
program shows
teknolojiye
that
dayalı
Turkey has entered a
muharip
new
hava
league in
platformları
developing high
geliştirme
technology combat air
kapasitesinde
platforms.
yeni bir lige çıktığını göstermektedir. Mühimmat üretimi de ittifak için en kritik
Ammunition
başlıklardan
production is
birisidir.
also one of the most critical
Son
issues for
yıllarda
the alliance.
155 milimetrelik mühimmat
We
üretim
have rapidly
kapasitemizi
increased our
çok hızlı
155
biçimde
mm
artırdık
ammunition production
ve bu alanda
capacity
somut
in recent years
sonuç üreten müttefiklerden birisi
and
olduk.
became an ally delivering concrete results in this
Roketsan'ın
field.
yeni üretim ve
Through
entegrasyon
Roketsan's new production
yatırımlarıyla
and integration
füze
investments,
ve mühimmat üretim
we are
kapasitelerimizi
significantly expanding our
önemli
missile
ölçüde
and munitions
büyütüyoruz.
production capacity.
Aselsan ve Havelsan gibi
The
şirketlerimizin
investments of
radar,
our companies such as
elektronik harp,
Aselsan and Havelsan
haberleşme,
in radar,
komuta kontrol,
electronic warfare,
yazılım,
communications,
simülasyon
command and
ve
control,
yapay zeka
software,
destekli sistemler
simulation,
alanındaki
and
yatırımları
artificial
ise
intelligence-enabled systems
savunma sanayi
are
kapasitemizi
advancing our
yalnızca
defense industrial
nicelik olarak
capacity
değil,
both in
nitelik
scale
olarak da ileri
and quality.
taşımaktadır. Tüm bunlarla birlikte NATO'nun %5 savunma yatırım taahhüdünü
Additionally,
de önemli
we also
görüyoruz.
attach great importance to
Zira
NATO's
bu taahhüt
5% defense
aynı
investment
zamanda
pledge,
ittifakın caydırıcılığını
because it is also a
güçlendirme,
concrete expression
savunma
of the
üretimini
alliance's will to
ölçeklendirme
strengthen
ve
deterrence,
ihtiyaç duyduğumuz
scale
kabiliyetleri
up defense production,
zamanında sahaya
and deliver
yansıtma
the capabilities we
iradesinin
need on the
somut
ground in a timely
göstergesidir.
manner.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı Yardımcım, değerli
Your
konuklar,
Excellency, Mr. Vice President,
yaşanan
distinguished
savaşlar
guests,
ve çatışmalar göstermiştir
the
ki
wars and conflicts have
sahadaki
demonstrated
başarı
that success on the
yalnızca mevcut
battlefield
stoklara değil,
depends both on
aynı
existing
zamanda
stocks
hızlı öğrenme,
and the capacity to
hızlı
learn,
üretme ve
produce,
hızlı
and
uyarlama
adapt
kapasitesine
quickly.
bağlıdır. Drone teknolojilerinden elektronik harbe,
From drone technologies
mühimmat
to electronic
üretiminden
warfare,
yazılım
from
güncellemelerine kadar
ammunition
birçok
production to
alanda
software updates,
askerler,
the shorter the
mühendisler,
distance between the
girişimciler
troops,
ve karar vericiler
engineers,
arasındaki mesafe
entrepreneurs, and
kısaldıkça
decision makers is,
cephedeki
the
etkinlik de bir
greater
o
the
kadar
effectiveness on the
artmaktadır.
battlefield becomes.
Bu nedenle bizlerin görevi
Therefore, our task
barış zamanında bu
is to
işbirliği
build this
kültürünü
culture of
inşa
cooperation
etmektir.
in peacetime.
Kriz ortaya
Once
çıktıktan
a
sonra
crisis
üretim
emerges,
hattı kurmak,
it may be too
tedarik
late
zinciri
to establish
oluşturmak
production lines,
veya ortak
build
standart
supply
geliştirmek
chains,
çok geç
or
olabilir.
develop common standards.
Hazırlık bugünden
The
yapılmalıdır.
preparation must begin today.
Çağrımız açıktır.
Our call is clear.
Taahhütleri kabiliyete dönüştürelim.
Let us turn commitments into
Kaynakları
capabilities.
üretime
Let us
dönüştürelim.
turn resources into
Sanayi
production.
gücümüzü caydırıcılığa
Let
dönüştürelim
us turn industrial
ve
strength into deterrence.
ittifakımızın güvenliğini
And let us
sözlerle
strengthen
değil,
the security of our
sahada
alliance not
karşılığı
merely
olan
with words,
somut
but with
kapasiteyle
concrete
güçlendirelim.
capacity that has real effect
Bu
on the ground.
çerçevede
In this
forum
context,
boyunca yapılacak temas
we
ve
hope that the meetings
değerlendirmelerin
and assessments
gerçek
of this forum
projelere,
will
ortak
result in real
girişimlere,
projects,
üretim
joint ventures,
mutabakatlarına ve
production
kabiliyet
arrangements,
çıktılarına dönüşmesini
and
temenni
capability
ediyorum.
outputs.
Bu duygu ve
With these
düşüncelerle
thoughts in
sizleri
mind,
bir kez
I
daha
once again
saygıyla
greet you
selamlıyor
all with the
ve
utmost
tüm
respect
katılımcılara
and thank all
teşekkürlerimi
participants
sunuyorum.
of this
Thank you.
magnificent event. Thank you.
Çok teşekkür ederim, Minister Yaşar Güler. Thank you very much indeed for your comments there. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we continue. Please join me now in giving a very warm welcome to the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte. The stage is yours, Secretary General.
Thank you, Maria, Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, dear friends. A good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum. As we are in the middle of the World Cup, let me start with a little football analogy. And I do this with a heavy heart, as the Netherlands, my country, has been kicked out, and also Curaçao, which is part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has been kicked out of the World Cup. But still, I maintain the football analogy. Because there is something I believe football teaches us. No team wins because of one brilliant player. We need a goalkeeper, you need the defenders, the midfielders, the strikers. And yes, everyone notices the player who scores the winning goal. But behind every successful player and team out on the pitch are many others on the bench and behind the scenes. The coaches, the trainers, the analysts, the people making sure everything works. Everyone matters, no one wins alone. NATO is much the same. It takes a whole team to deter and defend most effectively. Our political leaders set the direction. Our armed forces are on the pitch every single day. And you, our defense industry, provide the strength behind the team. The equipment, the innovation, the production capacity. To have power, resilience and endurance, we all need to be fully engaged in the game, working together for our shared security. You, need us at NATO to tell you what our militaries need. That is the demand. And we need you to turn those requirements into real capabilities. That is the supply. That is why it is so crucial that we continue to build cooperation between NATO and industry. I have seen it grow and develop since I took over in 2024. I have visited factories and facilities across the alliance, including here in Turkey. I've spoken with company leaders, engineers and workers on the factory floor. I've seen the innovation. I've seen the opportunity. And I see our partnership in action right here at this forum. This is what teamwork looks like. And this is a team that knows how to score. Last year at the NATO summit in The Hague, allies made important commitments to invest 5% of GDP in defense, to accelerate production and to speed up innovation. 1 year later, we can already see the results. Last year alone, European allies and Canada spent nearly 20% more on defense than the year before. An extra $139 billion. Looking at 2025 and 2026 together, it is an increase, again, Canada and the Europeans, of $258 billion, more than $250 billion. And that's just the additional investment. So basically, one thing is clear. The money is there, and much more is coming. But this cash must be put to work. It needs to purchase capabilities to actually deter and defend. Governments and the defense industry are laying the path by investing in expanding defense production. Over the last year alone, we have seen $37 billion invested in just boosting our defense industrial base itself. Again, think about this number, 37 billion to boost our defense industrial base. So larger factories, new production lines, more capacity. In fact, there is enough additional production space to cover more than 2,000 football pitches. And just this morning at the forum, substantial new contracts were signed and more big announcements were made. Altogether worth tens of billions of dollars and growing. That means more air defense systems and strike capabilities, more satellite communications, more ammunition, more drones and counter-drone systems, and increased resilience and preparedness. According to our projections, by next year, the alliance will have the capacity to produce around 4 million artillery shells annually. Almost twice as many as last year. That's scale. So yes, we have made real progress. We are moving in the right direction. The strategy is clear. But the match is far from over. And to win it, we need all team members to pull their weight. Do more, faster, together. We don't have the luxury of time. We need capabilities now to ensure we remain ready. The security situation demands it. Russia. Russia is pouring almost half of its national budget into its war machine. Can you imagine? Almost 50% of what Russia spends is put into the war machine. Its defense industry is working around the clock. And not only the defense industry, also the rest of the industrial base in Russia is supporting the war effort. China continues to modernize its armed forces and expand its nuclear capabilities without transparency. North Korea continues to expand its nuclear program and supply Russia. And while recent US action has significantly degraded Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs, we must remain vigilant. these countries are increasingly working together. And that should concern us all. Because I assure you, they do not have our best interests in mind. So that's what we are up against. That's the reality we face. To meet the challenge, we need a transatlantic defense industrial revolution. The hum of machinery must become a roar. Now, that sounds dramatic, but it can be done. Governments have their role to play. They must continue placing long-term orders and signing contracts. Today is an excellent example of that kind of contracts we need to put on the table. More of that, please. We need a bonfire of red tape in our procurement and in our cross-border regulation. Both government and industry must continue investing in production capacity. Governments must also create the conditions for industry to expand and cooperate. Factories need reliable energy, electricity and fuel. They need secure supply chains. And above all, they need skilled people. Engineers, technicians, innovators. At the same time, industry across all of the nations represented here must be ready to take more risk. The demand is there and you know it. We are being much more open about what we need. At the summit, we are releasing publicly for the first time a consolidated demand signal outlining our requirements. We will help ensure you know the demand and understand it. And you also know the market is growing. Allies will continue to invest in defense. This is not an anomaly, this is a trend. Lastly, no single nation and no single industry can power an industrial revolution alone. But the good news is that we don't have to, because we have NATO. We combine the assets, the technologies and the industries of 32 countries across Europe and North America. That's incredibly powerful. We have an unequal pool of talent, creativity and expertise out there. And many are right here in this room today. And we are even stronger when we work together with our partners. With Ukraine, of course, which continues to innovate at incredible speed. It now boasts an unparalleled drone ecosystem. And we are creating opportunities for more industrial cooperation and co-production with Ukraine. We must seize this opportunity. We are also building industrial cooperation with the European Union and countries in the Indo-Pacific. I've seen the Japanese defense minister and others here in this room today. Welcome. Because when we combine our efforts, we produce more, we innovate faster, and we strengthen all our security. So today, we are on the cusp of the transatlantic defense industrial revolution. I'm asking you to take a leap and show our people that we are ready and capable to protect them anywhere at any time. And show Russia and all those watching today that the transatlantic defense industrial base is mobilizing with purpose. Not in anger, but for our collective security. So let me finish where I started. Winning teams prepare. They train, they invest, they build trust, and they keep improving. That's exactly what we must continue to do. The partnership between NATO and industry is the winning one. So now, let's deliver even more, even faster, and together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we continue. Thank you so much, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and thank you for that analogy also with regards to football, very important. All right, for our next keynote, it's a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome to the stage the Vice President of Turkey, Cevdet Yilmaz. Excellency, the floor is yours. Welcome to you.
NATO'nun saygıdeğer Genel
Distinguished
Sekreteri
Secretary
Sayın
General of
Mark
NATO,
Rutte,
Mr. Mark
Çekya
Rutte,
Başbakanı,
Distinguished Prime Minister of
değerli
Czechia,
bakanlar,
distinguished
NATO
ministers,
üyesi ülkelerin kıymetli
distinguished
yetkilileri,
representatives of
değerli
the allied
misafirler,
countries,
hanımefendiler,
distinguished guests,
beyefendiler,
ladies and gentlemen,
hepinizi
I'd like to
saygıyla
welcome you all
selamlıyorum.
and greet you all
Ankara'ya,
wholeheartedly and with respect.
NATO Ankara Zirvesi
Welcome to Ankara.
Savunma Sanayi
Welcome
Forumu'na
to NATO
hoş
Summit
geldiniz
Defense
diyorum.
Industry Forum, ladies and gentlemen.
Bildiğiniz gibi bundan 22
As you
sene
know,
önce
22 years ago,
İstanbul'da NATO'ya ev
we
sahipliği
hosted
yapmıştık.
the NATO Summit
Bugün
in Istanbul
Türkiye'de
back then.
savunma sanayinin kalbi konumunda
today,
olan
We
başkentimiz
have been gathered
Ankara'da
together in the capital city
sizleri
of
bir
Ankara,
kez
which is
daha
considered to be the
misafir
heart of the
etmekten
defense industry
ve
in Turkey.
ittifakımızın
So
bu
we are
önemli
absolutely delighted
toplantısını
to have you
gerçekleştiriyor
in
olmaktan
Ankara in this
büyük
very
bir memnuniyet
important
duyuyoruz.
summit of our alliance.
Bugün
Ladies and
müttefik ve
gentlemen,
ortak ülkeler olarak
As the
hepimizi etkileyen
alliance itself
küresel
and
gelişmeleri
allied countries,
değerlendirecek,
we have been up against some
ortaya
important
çıkan
global developments.
yeni
We will have the
fırsatları
chance
ve
to
zorlukları
evaluate and assess
ve
all
bunlara
these
yönelik
developments. In
atabileceğimiz
addition to the
adımları
challenges and tests that we are
istişare
up against,
edecek
we are going to discuss
imkanı
how
bulacağız.
and what kind of steps we are going
Değerli
to
konuklar,
take all together
bugünkü
to
forumda
combat those
ve
challenges.
yarınki
Ladies and
zirvede
gentlemen,
ittifakımız
in this forum
yeni
today
bir döneme
and in the Leaders
adım atmaktadır.
Summit tomorrow, we are going to see
NATO
that the
3.0
alliance
olarak
is
da
taking a new
adlandırılan
step
bu yeni
into
dönemde
NATO
ittifak içinde
3.0.
külfetin giderek daha adil biçimde
There will be
paylaşıldığını
fairer burden
göreceğimizi
sharing in the
düşünüyorum.
alliance thanks to NATO
Zira gelinen
3.0.
aşamada
And
mevcut
the
jeopolitik
progress that
sınamalar
we achieved
ışığında
shows us
NATO
that
içinde
in the face of
daha
the
güçlü bir
geopolitical
Avrupa
challenges
sütunu
that we have
inşa
today,
edilmesi
we need to
bir
build a
zorunluluk haline
stronger
gelmiştir.
European pillar in the
Geçtiğimiz
alliance.
yıl
And last
Lahey'de
year,
aldığımız
in The Hague,
savunma harcamalarındaki
we
artış
took
kararının
important decisions,
tüm
including
müttefikler
increasing the
tarafından
defense
kayda
spending.
değer ölçüde yerine
And
getirildiğini
these commitments have
ve
been
savunma
assumed
harcamalarına
duly by
yönelik yaklaşımın
almost all of the allied
köklü bir
countries,
şekilde
and
dönüştüğünü
approach
görüyoruz.
to defense spending has been
Şimdi
transformed on the side
önümüzdeki
of
sınama
all of the allied
artan
countries.
savunma
And the
harcamalarının
test today
somut
is
yeteneklere
to turn the
dönüştürülmesi
increased defense
ve bunun
spending
için
into
gerekli
concrete capabilities
sanayi üretim
and to
kapasitesinin
make sure that
oluşturulması.
we create the industrial base
Hepimizin
in order to
üretim
achieve our
kapasitemizi
commitments.
hızla
This is why we
ve
need to ramp
birbiriyle
up
uyum
the
içinde
production
genişletmemiz gerektiği
capacities
yönündeki tespitlere
in
katılıyorum.
harmony with each
Bu
other.
bağlamda
In this respect,
Sayın
let me
Rutte'nin sıklıkla kullandığı
also
Texas'tan Ankara'ya ifadesi
the
son derece
statement from
anlamlıdır.
Mr. Rutte. He always
Kıymetli
says that from
misafirler,
Arkansas to
Cumhurbaşkanımız
Ankara.
Sayın
So
Recep
let me
Tayyip
repeat what he
Erdoğan'ın
said. From Arkansas to
güçlü
Ankara,
siyasi
we need to work
iradesiyle
together.
Türkiye,
Under the strong leadership
içinde
of His Excellency,
bulunduğumuz dönemin
President of the Republic of
ruhunu
Turkey,
erken bir
we
aşamada kavramanın
have been
ve
trying to
savunma
understand
sanayinde
the current
erken bir
threat
dönemde yola
landscape,
çıkmış olmanın
and
avantajını
accordingly, we've
yaşamaktadır.
been taking steps in
Bugün
order to
Türkiye,
progress and advance our
dünyada savunma
defense industry in
ihracatçısı
Turkey.
ülkeler arasında
Turkey is one of the
11.
defense
sırada yer
exporters around
alıyor.
the globe. We are ranking
Yakın bir
number
gelecekte
11 around the globe when it
ilk
comes to the
10 arasına
defense
girmeyi
exporters. And hopefully we are going
hedefliyoruz.
to rank one of the top
Futbol
10
tabiriyle
countries
ifade
very
edecek
soon.
olursak Türkiye birinci ligde olmayı hedefleyen bir ülke
will be
konumunda.
in the first league
Savunma
if we continue
sanayimiz
with the football analogy.
pek çok açıdan
Our defense
kapsamlı bir dönüşüm geçirmiş.
industry has been going through some
Ürün
comprehensive
yelpazemiz artık
transformation.
hava,
Our
kara,
production mix
deniz,
include air,
siber ve
land,
uzay alanlarının
maritime, cyber
hepsini
and space
kapsamaktadır.
areas. All of them are
Bu
included in our
çabalarımız
portfolio.
sonucunda
As a result
Türk
of our
Silahlı
extensive
Kuvvetlerimizin envanterinin
capabilities,
yerlilik oranı
the
%80'i aşmıştır.
localization rate of the Turkish
Bununla
armed
birlikte
forces is more than
Türkiye,
80%
müttefik
nowadays.
ülkeler için de
And for the
güvenilir
allied
bir
countries,
tedarik kaynağı
Turkey is being a
proje
source
ortağı
of
haline
supply,
gelmiştir.
reliable supply, and a
Savunma
source
ve
of
havacılık
reliable project
ihracatımız son
making.
bir yıllık
And
dönemde
our
11
defense
milyar doları aşmıştır.
investments increased
İhracatımızın
expanded
yarıdan fazlası
11 billion
NATO müttefiklerimize ve
and our
Avrupa
exportation,
Birliği
more than
üyesi
half
ülkelere
of our exportation goes to the
gerçekleştirilmiş.
NATO allied countries and the European
Türkiye
Union
bugün
countries.
tüm dünyanın
And
takdirini kazanmış.
Turkey has been
İHA
receiving
ve
lots of
SİHA'larıyla
praise because of its
elektronik harp
UAVs and
sisteminden
combat UAVs
savaş
today,
gemilerine,
from electronic warfare
5.
to
nesil savaş
combat
uçağından
fighters, from
derin
fifth generation
taarruz yeteneklerine kadar
combat jet
her
to
alanda son
strike
teknolojiye sahip
capabilities. We
sistemleri
have the state
üretebilmektedir.
of art technologies and we can
Dünyanın
develop
en
state
büyük
of art technologies
100
in all of
savunma
these areas.
şirketinden 5'i
Five of
Türk
the top
şirketleridir.
100 defense countries
savunma
around the
sanayinde
globe come from
geldiğimiz bu
Turkey.
aşama
So
asla tesadüf
this
değil.
point that we've achieved in the
Türkiye
area of
bu
defense industry
ilerlemeyi
is no
kamu ve
coincidence.
sanayinin
We've been progressing
birlikte
thanks to the
çalışmasıyla
collaboration between
ve savunma
public
sanayi
sector and the
firmalarını
industry in Turkey.
sürece
And the
en
industrial
başından
companies
itibaren
have been involved
dahil
and
ederek
engaged in this whole
gerçekleştirilmiştir.
process from the beginning in Turkey.
Bugün
This is why
Sayın
we are
Genel
successful
Sekreter
today.
tarafından
Today,
duyurulan NATO'nun
Mr. Secretary
sanayi
General has
işbirliğine
made
yönelik
lots of
geniş
important
stratejisi de
announcements,
esasen
and he also
buna
announced
işaret
the
etmektedir.
widespread strategy of NATO
Değerli
towards the
konuklar,
defense industry. This
savunma
strategy is well
sanayi
adopted in
dayanıklılığı
Turkey.
artık
Resilience of
sadece
defense industry
hükümetlerin ve
is
şirketlerin meselesi olmaktan
not
çıkmıştır.
only something to be dealt
Bu
with by the
alanda başarı
governments
ancak
and companies today.
üniversiteler,
We need to
finans
collaborate with the
sektörü,
universities,
iş
we
gücü
need to
gibi
collaborate with the
toplumun
finance
tüm
sector
katmanlarının
and the workforce.
sürece
All of
dahil
the
edilmesiyle
layers of the
mümkün
society need to be
olabilecek.
involved in this whole
Tüm
process,
bu
we
yapı
believe. And
her şeyden önce
and this whole
insan
structure
gücüne dayanmaktadır.
depends on
Bugün Türkiye'nin
human
savunma sanayi iş gücünün
manpower,
ortalama yaşı
and
34'tür.
the average age of the
Mühendislerimizin
workforce in
yarısını
defense
ise
industry is 34
kadınlar,
years in
genç
Turkey,
kızlar
and half of the
oluşturmaktadır.
engineers are young
Bu da
women
bize şunu
in
söylüyor,
Turkey,
gelecek
which
bizim.
tells us something. It tells
Genç
that
iş gücümüzdür.
we own the future thanks to the young workforce that we have in Turkey.
Güçlü bir savunma sanayinin en önemli
One of the
unsurlarından
most
birinin
important pillars of a strong
yetenek
defense
havuzunun
industry
derinliği
is
olduğunun
to have this
bilinciyle
skills
bu
pool
iş gücünü daha da
required.
geliştirmeye
This is why we are going
kararlıyız.
to enhance and improve
Gerek
our
100
skills
bini
pool
aşkın
and
nitelikli
workforce.
istihdam,
And we've
gerek
been
hızla artan
employing more
ihracat,
than 100,000
gerekse
skilled
sivil
workforce. We are
endüstrilere
ramping up
sirayet eden
our investments,
teknolojik
and we are also
yenilikleriyle
focusing on civilian
savunma
industries
sanayimiz
as
aynı
well, with
zamanda
all the technological
ekonomik
innovations that we are
kalkınmamıza
focusing
ve
on.
sosyal
And this is
refahımıza da
how the
katkı
defense
sunmaktadır.
industry is also
Ben
contributing to
yıllarca
economic
Kalkınma
development and
Bakanlığı
social
yaptım.
welfare. I
Savunma sanayi
was the
sadece güvenliği
welfare
değil,
minister for long
teknolojik
years,
seviyeyi
so I can say
yükselterek
that defense industry
tüm kalkınma
contributes
sürecini
to
de
both
desteklemektedir.
economic development and social
Aynı
welfare in
şekilde
general.
yapay
Speaking
zeka
from
başta olmak
experience, I can say
üzere
that. Similarly,
teknolojinin oyun
artificial
değiştirici
intelligence
gelişimi göz önüne
is what we have
alındığında
been focusing on.
savunma
Because
sanayinde
technology has the
inovasyonun önemi
game-changing
hiç
capability.
olmadığı
This is
kadar
why we
artmış.
need to keep a close eye
Araştırma
on
geliştirme
the artificial
çabaları
intelligence. We've
sürecin
been focusing on
ayrılmaz bir
research and
parçası
development
olmuş.
as an indispensable part of
Diğer
this whole
yandan savunma
innovative
sanayinin
process.
gelişimi için
On the other hand, for the
uluslararası
development of the
işbirliği de
defense
kritik
industry, we
önem
attach
taşımaktadır.
great importance to international
Türkiye bu
collaboration.
alandaki işbirliklerini
And Turkey
sadece ihracat zaviyesinden değil,
is not limiting its collaborative
müttefiklerle
actions to
ortak
exportation only. We are
tasarım ve
engaged in
geliştirme
joint production,
perspektifinden ele
joint
almaktadır.
design and development processes with
Geçtiğimiz
the allied
hafta
countries.
Sayın
Last
Cumhurbaşkanımızın
week,
müttefik
His
parlamenterlere açıkça
Excellency,
ifade ettiği
President
üzere
of the Republic of
savunma
Turkey,
sanayi ticareti
explained to
ve
the
işbirliğinin
allied
önündeki engelleri
parliamentarians that
hep
we
birlikte
need to remove the
kaldırmalıyız.
barriers to
Müttefikler
collaboration in the area
arasında
of defense
savunma
industry
alanındaki ticari
and
kısıtlamaları
trade
ve
restrictions in the area
yaptırımları
of defense
mutlaka
between the allied
hep
countries
birlikte
should be
ortadan
lifted
kaldırmalıyız.
altogether.
İttifakın
And
askeri hazırlık düzeyini arttırmak istiyorsak,
If we want to increase
kolektif
the military
güvenliğimizi
readiness of the
güçlendirmek
alliance, if you
istiyorsak,
want to improve
bu
the collective
anlamsız
defense in the
yaptırımları,
alliance, then
kısıtlamaları
we need to
hep
overcome
birlikte
all these
masadan
meaningless, senseless
temizlemeliyiz.
barriers
Bu
and the
nedenle
sanctions.
hem müttefikler arası
why
ikili düzeydeki tüm kısıtlamalar
All
kaldırılmalı,
the bilateral
hem de
restrictions
NATO'nun
between the
Avrupa
allied countries
sütununa
should be
önemli
lifted,
katkı sağlayan
and
Türkiye,
Turkey, which is
başta
contributing greatly
AB
to the
olmak
European
üzere
pillar of
Avrupa'daki tüm
NATO,
savunma ve güvenlik girişimlerine
should be
katılabilmelidir.
able to contribute to the
Aksi
defense and
takdirde
security initiatives
üretim
in European
kapasitesinin
Union and
gelişimi
elsewhere.
yavaşlayacak
Otherwise, the
ve üretim
progress in the
maliyetleri
development
artacaktır.
capacity will go down and the production
Daha
cost will go up.
dayanıklı bir Avrupa Atlantik
So if you
güvenliği,
want to see a
üretim
stronger, more
kapasitesini,
resilient
teknoloji
Euro-Atlantic
birikimini ve
system, then
operasyonel
technological
tecrübeyi
capabilities and
aynı
operational
stratejik hedefe
experience
yönlendirebilen bir güvenlik mimarisiyle mümkün.
should be there in a strategic
Türkiye
architecture
bu
that we're all
mimaride
involved in. And
güçlü,
Turkey is a
güvenilir
strong,
ve katkı
reliable,
sağlayan bir ortak olarak yer almaya
country
hazırdır.
in this
Değerli
architecture,
katılımcılar,
which is prepared to
bugün
contribute
bu anlayış
greatly to the
temelinde
improvement of that
savunma
architecture.
sanayi
Ladies
işbirliğine
and
yeni
gentlemen,
bir
with this in
istikamet
mind,
vermek üzere yapacağımız görüşmelerin
all the
şimdiden hayırlı
deliberations and
olmasını,
discussions that
tüm
we are going to
ülkeler
hold
için
under the
ve
forum
NATO için yararlı
during the
sonuçlar
summit will
doğurmasını
hopefully
diliyorum.
beneficial to the entirety of the
Temaslarınızın
alliance.
yeni
Hopefully your
işbirliklerine
contacts
kapılar
and
aralayacağına
meetings will
canı
pave the way
gönülden
for new
inanıyorum.
collaborative actions.
Sabah oturumlarında
Ladies
yapılan
and gentlemen,
ve günün geri kalanında yapılacak olan görüşmelerin, anlaşmaların ve
the
duyuruların
agreements,
NATO'nun
announcements,
caydırıcılık ve
discussions that have
savunmasına
been taking place
önemli
since the
katkılar
morning will
sağlayacağına
hopefully contribute
ve
to the increased
müttefikler
deterrence
arasında
and defense
daha
capabilities on the
güçlü
side of
sanayi
NATO
işbirliği
and
için
will
yollar
hopefully
açacağına
pave the way
eminim.
for stronger
Bu
defense
düşüncelerle
collaboration between the allied
hepinizi
countries.
tekrar
With this in mind, let
saygıyla,
me
sevgiyle
welcome you all and
selamlıyor.
greet you all
Ankara'ya,
wholeheartedly and with
Türkiye'ye
respect, ladies and
tekrar hoş
gentlemen.
geldiniz
Welcome
diyorum.
to Ankara and welcome to Turkey once again.
Çok teşekkür ederim Cevdet Yilmaz. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. And I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, if I may, speaking on behalf of all of us, how happy we are and grateful for Turkey's generosity and hospitality as hosts of this important event. Teşekkür ederim, Turkey. Thank you very much indeed for being such graceful hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, we move now to our panels, and we'll be starting with one entitled Navigating the Ramp Up, a Conversation with Industry. And I think it's clear to everyone in this room that industrial might and military might go hand in hand. And our conversation this afternoon is just that, navigating the ramp up, a conversation with industry. Now, this features several private sector leaders who are working to ensure our militaries are getting what they need. And for this session, we're very happy to have our moderator, who will be Jenna Ben Yehuda, Executive Vice President at the Atlantic Council. And our panelists will be Uwe Horstmann, Chief Executive Officer at Stark Defense, plus Jay Pittman, President of Lockheed Martin International, and Charles Woodburn, Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. I now invite you all to join me here on stage. Welcome to you. Jenna, hi.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. We are gathered here in Ankara just 1 year after the alliance adopted a bold new defense commitment to increase defense spending in The Hague. What a year it's been. We're already seeing real strides, but we know that turning those new defense dollars, euros, and lira into real capabilities is easier said than done, and realizing this once-in-a-generation defense transformation really demands a whole-of-society approach that is led by governments working in lockstep with industry. We know that's not easy to do, and it's a challenge that institutions across the alliance are grappling with, including at the Atlantic Council through our ongoing task force on reimagining European defense and innovation. So in recognition of these shared challenges, and with an eye toward bold and innovative solution, it's really a privilege to moderate this panel, and I'm delighted to be joined here on stage by an esteemed group of military leaders. We have Uwe Horstmann, the founder and chief executive officer of Stark. Uwe has been a leading voice for investment in European sovereignty for the last 15 years. Jay Pittman, the president of Lockheed Martin International. Jay is responsible for driving strategies to provide mission capability to allies and oversees the company's business and markets outside of the United States. And Dr. Charles Woodburn, the Group Chief Executive Officer at BAE Systems. He's an experienced business leader with more than 28 years of experience in defense and aerospace and oil and gas industries. So we have tight time and about 3 days worth of content to get into, so I'm going to jump right in here. There's been a lot of discussion about industrial ramp-up, and we know that contracts are the obvious lever, but they're not the only one. And so as we look beyond contracting, what government or industry initiatives do you think have actually moved the needle on scaling up defense production? So what's working and what's missing? Uwe, let's start with you.
Of course, yeah, thank you. I think that's exactly the right question, right? Because that is probably also what gets us from an abundance of money available, as the Secretary General just said. There's more to come. How do we translate that into actual capabilities? Because just price increases is probably not the right way. And I think we would always be well advised to look towards Ukraine and figure out what is the role model that we should look up to. And for me, that is really building an innovation ecosystem, getting that innovation ecosystem going. It's much more that than just this one single capability that we maybe hope for is going to solve all of our issues. So diving deeper into that, I think that's also where I look to when trying to answer your question. Two things. A, I think we need to continue on the path to design for mass production. When we have people come to our facilities, we had production experts there the other day, and they said like, wow, this looks like a washing machine factory. And I'm not sure if they try to insult us, but actually we wear it as a badge of honor, because if you get your production for an unmanned mass-scale weapon system at the complexity of a washing machine, you're probably going in the right way. So I think we should continue with our procurement to not forget, but really strengthen that part of the industry. There's other parts, if I pick out a second one, where I think I would describe myself as a paranoid optimist. So I think we're moving in that direction, but we probably could always go faster. I think specifically in my part, in my component of the capabilities, again, unmanned, mass producible, software defined, we can still work a lot on certification. Certification itself, of course, is a massively important step for us. What do I mean by that? Concretely, I think we need more testing facilities, certification facilities in Europe. We can probably condense the procurement with the testing and the certification even further. And we probably should also look more into how certification in one country can also be absorbed by another country. So those are a few things where I would say we're following the blueprint of Ukraine, which is not one single wonder weapon, but the ecosystem organization is the wonder weapon, of course, combined with industrial production output. And I think we follow that path, generally, that's the right way to go.
Charles, you've mentioned that you're really feeling this change, and Uwe has pointed to some of those elements. What else are you seeing in your space that you feel like is really on the march?
Well, I was going to say specifically, one of the things that we have seen in the last 12 months is a much more active partnership between the traditional defense industries, such as ourselves, or J's, and the sort of new entrants, the disruptors in the space. And I think that's benefited all of us. I mean, this whole idea that 80% can be good enough for a lot of what we do, and the fact that if we're going to fight a common fight and combine on common systems, open architectures, we're all being driven in the same direction. So I see in the last 12 months, I think, quite a significant shift towards partnership between new entrants in defense and ourselves. And I think that's a really good thing going forward. I think, to your point, great progress on partnerships generally. I mean, we have some good examples across Europe. I think often people criticize Europe as being quite fragmented, but we should also highlight where we do have really good partnership programs. You've got Eurofighter, or RCV-90, for example, or Type 26 sail into Norway, where we're combining capabilities. I think, as SecGen spoke earlier, the importance of a consolidated demand signal is incredibly important. But I think NATO have got a lot better at giving industry what they have. And I think finally, as a global player, and Jay would be in the same position, where we see countries within the alliance, or indeed outside the alliance, doing sort of best-in-class procurements, and I'll hand over to Jay to talk about the missile procurements, the ramp-ups in the US, they look genuinely best-in-class, the way those contracts are being structured. It's important that we explain that to our other global customers, because where we see good, it's important that everybody learns from that. And sometimes, as a global defense company, that's a role that we can fulfill.
So, Jay, I want to give you a chance to respond to that. And you're obviously representing an American company based overseas, looking at the global market. What has your experience been like of this shift in the last 18 months?
Yeah, at first, obviously, we'd like to be considered a global company, but
Surely.
Understood fully. But no, Charles, thanks for the tee up. I think we've had lots of good discussion about this. We heard some of it this morning. When you have a better forecast of aggregated demand, you look at it in a multi-year situation, industry can show up differently. There's creative things we can do in terms of capital and financing and requirements to be able to drive through the supply base. As many know, the Department of War's acquisition transformation strategy and some of the things that have gone on within the United States has really done a generational shift in how we get at what they call framework agreements. I'm proud from Lockheed Martin, we were kind of the first to the party in terms of being able to go sign and document out one of those framework agreements, now multiple framework agreements. And what it's doing is, we're not talking just normal stair-step increases in things like munitions. In some cases, we're quadrupling production lines. And it's not just borne on the expense of the US government and trying to facilitate us. It allows industry, it allows supply chain to go off and invest differently, think differently of how we show up. So from a Lockheed Martin perspective, it's allowed us over a few-year period to invest about $9 billion in terms of capital and infrastructure and site expansion, additional sites, et cetera. But as Charles was saying just a moment ago, I hope that lends as a message that if we unfortunately, we end up having multiple channels of effort that sometimes occur. We might have efforts in the United States, we might have efforts across Europe, we might have efforts across NATO, we have efforts beyond, obviously, those countries and regions on the world stage. If we can have more aggregation of that and work with companies, such as all of us on the panel, and make sure that we're attacking the requirements space in a way that we can show up with a solution versus a prescribed in a box, then sometimes we can come up with some very, very creative solutions. And in this case, this is how we're getting at quadrupling demand.
So I want to come back to you, Uwe, on capital shifts that you're seeing and these shifting requirements question. But first, Charles, I want to come back to you. What's missing from this? We've seen kind of a call for consolidated requirements, things that help you do more faster. What else is on that list?
Well, it's not like one thing, it's just pace generally. And I think as the Secretary General said, translating it from a hum to a roar, it's the acceleration of many of the initiatives. I'm not sitting here thinking there's something key missing. We just need it more pace. I mean, in industry, we're investing at record levels, CapEx, self-funded R&D. Industry will happily do that when we see and there's a clear business case ahead of us. So the more we can do to consolidate that and build the business case, the quicker we can move. And for a company such as ours, we have no shortage of capital to deploy, and we're ready to do that when we see the business case, as we have been doing. So I think pace, it's not that pace is missing, but we can always do with more pace.
So that shared commitment for velocity.
Indeed.
I want to come back to you on capital. We hear a lot about this need to deepen an innovation ecosystem across Europe in particular. Lack of capital is sometimes cited. What shifts have you seen afoot? Is that really still the question worth asking?
I think so. I mean, it's been a super interesting journey over the past, I want to say, 5 to 10 years. And it is also a big part of my biography, and trust me, that's not a part that I chose, to be kind of like really deep in the trenches of capital allocation into the defense industry in Europe. Specifically when it comes, of course, to, call it my part of the industry, which is the systems are more inexpensive, they're faster to develop, and they're designed for scaling and producing. There you can, basically with the right information, I don't need any R&D money, I can pre-fund that innovation entirely. And in that space, I think we definitely see a lot of change. We see, when we talk about capital, the human capital really stepping up, which is an interesting aspect, I think, in all of this. Like a young generation deciding, yeah, this is a generational challenge for us. We want to play a part in this. And that's a very important part. But of course, there's the actual capital to how that will get financed. I would say Europe has been slower than it should have in terms of really embracing investments into the defense industry, always under the right regulatory framework, with the right ethical boundaries and so on and so forth. That's a non-negotiable. It has been slow to embrace that. Not so much slow in recognizing the problem, but just slow in enacting the changes necessary. Because for me, 2 years, that's maybe 2 to 3 years, is a bit of a description for a time frame where it really started to happen and now it's really in full swing. That's a long time. And, I'll be the first to proudly state this, American investors, of course, have stepped up in that time as well, which we are thankful for. And that only led to a situation that now a company like ours is possible, where we'll, in that 2 years that we are around, take the next 2 years, into that, we'll probably spend $1 billion on research and development and production expansion. And that is money that was not there really before. So we see a different part of the economy kind of stepping up, going into. And we have developed, I think, from early stage venture funding to growth stage investors to now really tapping into the very large pools of capital. So now we have investors who have 50 billion, 100 billion available. So you see it is an interesting investment theme. And that is good that way because, of course, we need to bring it all together. The technological innovation, the procurement processes, which of course for us also a big unlock to attracting capital. The human capital, I think sometimes we underestimate how important it is, what power we have as industry. If you can make it clear to the people out there that it is okay to work in defense, it is okay if you're an engineering talent to think about how to defend your home country and the alliance. And of course the actual capital, which is also needed. And which also to a certain degree, at least in my part of the whole stack of military systems, can replace taxpayers' money, but can really replace also the R&D funding.
So Jay, I want to turn to you. You're at a different part of this spectrum within the space. You're a larger established company, one of these major primes that we're often talking about. This push for velocity, this push for rapid fulfillment, of really delivering quickly. How have you experienced those shifts, and how are you approaching some of that need to be able to respond to those requirements and reduce that time to decision?
Yeah, I first start by saying, I hope everybody still thinks of Lockheed Martin as an incredibly innovative and forward-leaning company. We have things like our Skunk Works organization in Palmdale that have, for generations, established some of the cream of the crop of advanced technologies and capabilities. So the way that I look at it is, this is a great opportunity, just like this panel, for all of us to work collaboratively across the industry. There's requirements that we're all attacking that we need to get at faster than ever before. So how do we leverage the best expertise of all of us on the world stage across NATO to be able to get at these problems? So from our side, I think it continues to be more opportunities to partner, more opportunities to collaborate together. We invest heavily in venture, our own LM Ventures, in terms of investing in emerging capabilities and technology.
Has that accelerated
It
those
has.
kinds of partnerships
It has.
recently?
We've not only accelerated in the amount of companies we're dealing with, but also the funds that we're putting into those companies as well, for the pure reason of where can we do this 1 + 1 = 3 opportunity in terms of being able to accelerate with velocity some of the development. So we are not too proud to say that it doesn't have to be invented here from a Lockheed Martin standpoint. How do we get at it from, I think, that speed and velocity? So I think it shows up in all life cycle phases, though. I think we often think of like velocity in terms of development. To me, it's velocity in terms of everything. It's velocity in terms of development for all the reasons we just said. It's velocity in terms of production. How do we move up ramps faster? How do we think of new creative ways and everything under the sun to get at production differently, including how do we attack requirements? But then even the life cycle.
Yeah.
Part of the challenge for an organization, I'm sure Charles has the same challenge, when you have platforms deployed everywhere around the world in vast quantities, how do you make sure that we are, again, also moving with velocity in terms of the sustainment, regional sustainment? How do we use artificial intelligence to get at the pure mastery of data that we have quite a substantial amount of in the type of work that we do? So we're attacking it on all fronts.
So Charles, I do want to come to you on this point of velocity and how you reshape a business to think about executing on different timetables. I'd love to hear about your experience leading BAE through a moment like this, and also how has Russia's war in Ukraine shaped some of your thinking and the examples of their bravery?
Yeah. It's been a pretty profound change. The drone, counter-drone that we see play out day in, day out in Ukraine is something that we've all learned some profound lessons from. Defense of existing platforms, defense of your land, integrated air and missile defense. The combination of swarming drones and high-end ballistic missile threats is an incredibly difficult challenge to face.
Wil jij van de collega eruit doen dat ernaast staat? In Brussel. Wil jij naar de KI? We zien dat we alles opzetten. Kom alsjeblieft naar daar, Marco. Kom alsjeblieft naar daar. Binnen. Hij gaat de tafel doen. Ja. Ja, doe de tafel doen, maar dan pak je het. Daar in de zaal, hè? Dat is alleen maar nog leuteren. Het is niet bezig. Ah, oké. Dat is van Gwenny. Dat is van Gwenny. Moet ik eruit? Moet ik eruit? Gaan we het hier zetten, hè? Zoek, hè? Zoek, hè? En de fotograaf. Winnie. Winnie. Winnie. En pak die je spoor mee of juist op je schouder? Die loopt hier goed. Die is in de zaal. Die is in de zaal gezet. nog niet binnen geweest. En dat net aan deze kant staan. Ja, dat is dit ook.
That's the clear learning. I think all of us do probably a better job. Give us the requirements, force us to be more interoperable, and we will probably also, all of us, have to do a better job at delivering on that. And specifically on the data sets. We should really ideally thrive for a situation where we have very high walls, we really vet everybody very carefully, but once you make it in, you probably should have access to a lot of data. I don't sometimes understand why we don't treat breast cancer, for example, where we have great radiology data sets, and we give them basically to everybody whom we trust, help us make better diagnoses. Maybe enemy tanks, we should treat them more like breast cancer and also give access to people who can train their models on it, because that way, if you're a trusted partner of the ecosystem, we give you access to better data, and hopefully for all of us, we'll get a better solution out of it.
Yeah. So we've covered a lot of ground. We've talked about the changing investment climate in Europe. It feels like you're doing more, working together, new partnerships. We've also seen some demand signals, I think, for the decision makers in the room, a real desire maybe for forcing some decisions on interoperability, making some of that a requirement, longer tail orders, more predictability in the space, ability to scale that production. Anything else? What are we missing? What are the buzzwords that everybody in this room and online needs to be thinking about throughout this industry forum?
I come back to collective pace for all of us. I mean, we recognize the challenge, we see what our adversaries are doing, and collectively, we just need more pace in this. And we're ready to play our part, I think, in industry, but collectively, with everyone in this room, we just need more pace.
I would pile on Charles's word by saying again, collectively though, how do we make sure across the entire NATO supply base, do we make sure we're operating with strength and full access for the entire supply base?
So this is not just spend more, but spend well, spend smart, do it fast, and build together.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the time we have.
Thank you so much to Jenna and her panelists. Another round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now to moderate a very important conversation on the capability challenge, a NATO-EU conversation. I'm very pleased to welcome Ambassador Tajan İldem, who is the chairman of the Center for Economics and Foreign Policy Studies, EDAM, which is an Istanbul-based independent think tank. Ambassador, welcome to you. Lovely to have you with us. Thank you. And I'm also very pleased to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the European Commission to the stage, Ursula von der Leyen. Welcome. And a very warm welcome back to the stage, the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte.
Well, we are at a very important segment of this gathering, and I have witnessed your excitement, Mr. Secretary General, during the signing ceremonies, and also when you were announcing some of the initiatives on the part of NATO in engaging with industries. It is now your time as two leaders of both NATO and the European Union to have a conversation, and it was gratifying for me to see both leaders co-authoring an article for The Economist, enumerating some of the ideas that you share. And in the article, one thing that struck me was that you argue that Europe's era to outsource much of its defense is over, and that deterrence is no longer with military capabilities, but also having our industries to produce more in a very speedy fashion and in a better way. So we still consider, of course, capabilities as something important. Nevertheless, you may perhaps both discuss a bit on the industrial capacity, innovation ecosystem, and most important, resilience, which has become a currency of security in our time. So perhaps President von der Leyen, if you can start how you see the new environment in which defense industry has become so important for all of us, both NATO and the European Union.
Thank you so much for having us here. This is a great opportunity indeed to show how closely we are working together, the European Union and NATO. Actually, I was just thinking today, one of the reasons is, my dear friend Mark, because we have both experiences on both sides. You were for 14 or 16 years, 14 years Prime Minister, so he was in the European Council. And I was for 5 years Defense Minister, so I was sitting in NATO. Now it's the other way around, and therefore we know both how important a close cooperation between the European Union and NATO is. Second, I just listened to the panel before us, and it's very clear, all member states of the European Union and allies have one single set of forces. So they assign this single set of forces either to NATO missions or to EU missions, UN missions, or coalition of the willing. But to make this possible, what we need is interoperability. And of course, in this geostrategic and geopolitical environment, we need a massive surge in defense investment. And here the European Union is indeed massively stepping up. We have our Rearm Europe program, which mobilizes up to 800 billion euros till 2030. In this program is SAFE, 150 billion euros for joint procurement. And not to forget, the next long-term budget will have 131 billion euros for military capabilities, plus 17 billion euros for military mobility, which is also of utmost importance: streets, bridges, ports, airports, etc. The infrastructure also has to be here on the European side. And on SAFE is for us very important, as I said, the joint procurement. Here we have good news. We have now 10 agreements worth 100 billion euros. SAFE is per design open also to partners and other countries. 35% of the cost components can go outside the European Union, but of course 65% have to be in the European Union, and that's the point how we strengthen the defense industrial base, because with this taxpayers' money we want, of course, a return on investment, and we want good jobs in Europe, we want research and development in Europe, so that's important for us. My last sentence on this: the door is more open than the 35% for countries outside the European Union. If there is a security and defense agreement signed, Canada is the first one to have done this. So these possibilities are also there. So you see a wide spectrum of investment.
Yes. Well, Secretary General, if you can also share your perspectives.
Well, basically, I totally agree. The great thing is we know each other so long, and of course, there is a clear division of labor we both agree on. So that's why we can strengthen each other's roles. So NATO is about command and control, capabilities, and standards. Basically, all the other things have to be handled by Europe. And the EU, of course, is crucial there. And 23 of NATO allies are also in the European Union. So most of the NATO allies are also a member of the European Union. And when you look at issues like, indeed, making sure the money is there, the 800 billion, crucial program. But also when it comes to, indeed, military mobility, when it comes to societal resilience, when it comes to developing the defense industrial base. This is all what Europe, the EU, is working on. You appointed Andrius Kubilius, the first defense commissioner, I think, in the history of the European Commission. He is working on that with a specific focus under your leadership, and I think that's all evidence. And we've got to do this because the threat is there. We cannot continue as we did, being over-reliant on the United States. We need this much stronger Europe in a stronger NATO. And we can only get there when we work together seamlessly as one, using and leveraging each other's strengths. And that's what we are doing.
Well, we all know that it is important for Europeans to strengthen their strategic responsibility. I rather prefer using strategic responsibility rather than autonomy in order to have the transatlantic bonds as strong as ever. While doing so, of course, NATO is most appreciative of the initiatives taken by the European Union. You mentioned SAFE. Of course, there are many others: European Defence Fund, PESCO, EDIRPA, REARM, and of course, in creating capabilities, translating cash to capabilities, the European Union needs to look not only to the capabilities of the member states, and Europe is more than the European Union. And I would like to ask to you, President Ursula von der Leyen, since the audience here is also including Turkish participants, how you see the involvement of non-EU allies. You mentioned Canada, but there are others, including Turkey, a way forward to properly involve Turkey in such projects. If you can touch upon it, I'm sure they will be quite receptive.
Yes. Turkey is one of the largest armed forces within NATO, of very big importance, and has always played an important role in the alliance, but also, of course, in our relationship with the European Union. And as I said, if you only look at SAFE, which are the 150 billion euros, 35%, that's a lot, is open to work, for example, together with Turkey. But the 800 billion up to 2030 is the decision of the member states how to invest their defense allocation in order to fill the gaps. So there's a wide opportunity to have a very close cooperation with each other. For us, it's very important to be totally aligned with the NATO targets because, as I said, the one single set of forces, we know where the gaps are, and we have to work very closely together. So, for example, the NDPP, the NATO defense planning process, is for us very important so that we fill the gaps in a cost-efficient manner. But I want to add another point. We also want to work very closely with Ukraine. The panel before us described the phenomenal, innovative power that Ukraine has. And this we have to use because we have to step up in our defense capabilities fast, at a reasonable cost, and smart. And Ukraine has proven all this in the last years under the pressure of the war. This is the reason why the European Union, for the first time, opened an innovation office in Kyiv to have the direct contact with the Kyiv industrial base. Secondly, we are encouraging our companies to go into joint venture with Ukrainian companies. And thirdly, we as a European Union are working on a longer-term partnership in order to look how to boost our cutting-edge technology base in our defense industrial base in the European Union together with Ukraine. We can learn a lot from Ukraine, and we have to learn a lot because they are not only highly innovative, but also battlefield experienced. So this whole picture shows how much we are stepping up here together with NATO because we share the same interests and we share the same values and we know what's up.
Secretary General, you in your remarks told that the priority for Ankara summit would be also to have a proper follow-up of the Hague summit meeting with the decisions taken there. Of course, when European allies elevate their contributions in burden sharing, it should not translate itself to decoupling. Transatlantic bond to maintain it is of vital importance. But talking about the defense industrial capacity, there are few earlier initiatives like Diana Innovation Fund, but you also today touched upon some new ones. What would be the priorities for NATO in years ahead to focus and deliver, and what industrial community could expect and what you expect from them?
Basically, the priority is for our defense industrial base in Europe, in Canada, in the US to produce more. We are making progress. It's really getting much better. You see in Europe, more production lines, more factories being opened. I mentioned in my short speech the ammunition, which is really, when it comes to the output, it's a huge increase in production. But we need this across the defense industrial base, again, in Europe, Canada, and in the US. Because Russia has the whole of its economy now on a war footing. So the car industry in Russia is producing for the war effort. And that means that we've got to do this also in Europe, Canada, and the US. And what we are seeing at the moment is a transformation which is unparalleled since the end of the Cold War, where Europe is taking so much more responsibility for the conventional defense of NATO, of this part of NATO territory, with still a strong US presence, also going forward, both nuclear and conventional. But it is a NATO transformed, where the US has a strong partner in Europe, much stronger than it was only 4 or 5 years ago. Therefore, the whole of NATO is stronger, as the German defense minister said the other day, to stay transatlantic, we have to become more European. And that's exactly what is happening. And you see some of the key leadership roles in NATO now being taken over by Europeans. You see the Europeans taking the lead on Ukraine and the support for Ukraine, with still crucial supply from the US, but paid for by European and Canadian allies. We see it again with some of the commands in NATO taking over by Europeans. We see the forward land forces more and more Europeanized. We're still a US presence, and also the 3 centuries, Baltic, Arctic, and Eastern, very much European dominated. This is what we need. So this cooperation between NATO, European Union, is leading to a transformation which, again, is unparalleled. And we need it because in the end, it makes us stronger.
Well, there is a geopolitical transformation in general with its rupture, unfortunate rupture, and certainly it is necessary to also have a transformation of mindset. And it requires perhaps, as many have touched upon already, not to see governments as the only stakeholder, but it should be a combination of contributions from others, including industry. So we used to talk more about whole of government approach. Perhaps on resilience, you may talk a bit about a whole of society approach. Perhaps we may start with you.
Yeah, the whole of society approach is very important because we do not only see the conventional or let's say the military threat out there, but the whole hybrid attacks that we are suffering from are targeting towards the society. For example, if you take foreign interference and manipulation of information, internet-based, this is a big issue which is targeting the society's vulnerability and where you have to build resilience. And this is something which we are working intensively on too, to set the record straight, to convince with facts and figures, to be clear in all these debates, internet-based, what the truth is and what the right facts and figures are. And you can win these battles. We've seen this in different scenarios that you can really convince people. If you look at the Eurobarometer, measuring opinions of people, they say very clearly that one of their top worries is security and resilience. So the Europeans have understood how important it is to defend our democracy, to defend our values, to stand up for freedom and for peace. So this approach of whole of society is the precondition to be successful.
Secretary General.
I completely agree. And let me just give one example, Turkey, how you have organized your defense industry with the Turkish Defense Industry Secretariat directly reporting into the President. You have about 3,000 defense industrial companies working closely together, small, medium-sized, the bigger ones, basically exporting all over NATO territory and of course producing for Turkey itself and also exporting outside NATO. I think that's a model which is very interesting, and I know that some other allies are studying it to see whether they could implement it in their country. So it's just one example of a whole society approach when it comes to defense industry. And more generally, it is indeed, as Ursula is saying, it is the realization Europeans have that the first task of government is to keep our country safe. The second task is to have a strong economy. And you need both to deter the Russians. We need strong economies, healthy finances, connected to strong economies, but first of all, we have to defend ourselves. It's the first task of every government. And the threat is there. Russia working with North Korea, Iran and China. Let's not be naive.
So this forum, in fact, is a showcase of this interaction, strong interaction between governments and industry. I see the clock. It seems that we have come to the end of this important conversation. And once again, thank you for sharing your views. And it's always a pleasure to see both of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and thank you so much to our guest, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and also President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have another very important guest here today with us. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to the stage the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Welcome, President Zelensky. I think the podium is yours now. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much. Thank you for invitation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Dear friends, Mark, dear Ursula, Alex, Rob, I don't see everybody, sorry. Dear friends, so thank you for your attention to us. Thank you for your attention to Ukraine, to Ukrainian defense companies, and to our defense capabilities, which have truly become among the strongest in Europe and have been proven in modern war. And what do we mean by modern war today? War has changed fundamentally. These are revolutionary changes in the very nature of warfare, changes as serious as those during the First World War, when machine guns began to decide the outcome of battles, or with the development of modern tank warfare, which had such a profound impact on Europe during the Second World War, or with the invention of missiles. Today, drones and the very technology of fighting at a distance represent a revolutionary change in the technology of war. So in Ukraine, as we defend our positions on the front line and do so in a fully justified war of self-defense, we are now eliminating around 30,000 Russian soldiers every month. Just imagine that scale. In June alone, nearly 28,000 Russian soldiers were eliminated, and we have video confirmation for every single one of them. The overwhelming majority were struck by drones. And frankly, we take no pride in this. We are saying it to show what modern war looks like, a war we did not start, but one we are forced to fight in order to defend our country, our people, our children. Every day, this war also sees a massive amount of enemy equipment, logistics, and military facilities destroyed. And again, we do most of it with drones. At the same time, we are carrying out a campaign to secure the Black Sea using our naval drones. These are not just strike platforms used to destroy Russian warships at sea. Our naval drones have already evolved into multi-purpose platforms that can launch strikes from the sea against different targets on land and in the air. At the same time, we are fighting in the skies on two key fronts: defending Ukraine from Russian attacks and carrying out our long-range sanctions against Russia for this war, along with our medium-range pressure campaign across the entire depth of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. Thanks above all to our drones, we have established the ability to strike across the entire depth of the occupied territory. And you see what Russia's massive attacks look like. They are very similar to what we recently saw in the neighboring region, when Iranian forces struck their neighbors. Attack drones of different types, missiles, and a large number of ballistic missiles. We have raised our interception rate against Russian Shahed drones to more than 90%. That means thousands of Russian attack drones shut down every week, and with all due respect, no other country had the capability to defend against attack drones at this scale. The reality of this war forced us to build it. And today we defend against hundreds of attack drones every day and night, and thousands every week and every month. Ukraine's defense sector is building that capability even in the middle of a full-scale war. And we also maintain a high interception rate against cruise missiles, thanks to the way we have built our air defense. And thanks, of course, thanks to the support of all of our partners who continue to provide Ukraine with defense assistance. Thank you so much. And I have a question for you. Do you really believe it? Do you really believe it would be right to live outside NATO, a country and a people with this level of defensive capability? If we already have these capabilities, if Ukrainians already know how to fight like this, then it does make sense for these capabilities to become a part of the alliance's collective defense. That would make all of us stronger. And we already see each other as reliable partners, and it would be only natural to become a part of one common security community. The fact is that we will remain next to the source of the problem, Russia, for a long time. Ukraine in NATO is a source of extraordinary defensive capability. In the meantime, we have completely eliminated the very idea of Russia having a strategic rear. And you know this country. And for a long time, Russia believed it had a territorial advantage. No one else possessed a deep rear where it could safely keep military production, military equipment, and everything its war depends on, believing no one could reach them. And we have reached them. Just yesterday, Ukrainian drones broke through Russia's defenses and struck a Russian oil refinery in Siberia. And this is not an exception. It's the new reality. And there is no major oil refinery left in Russia that has not been struck by Ukraine. I want to emphasize this. Unlike Putin, we are not fighting this war for pleasure or for geopolitics. Russia brought this war to Ukraine, and it's killing our people. It wants to destroy our independence, and we are only defending. From the first day of this war, we are defending ourselves, and we are raising the cost of this war for Russia, and by doing so, increasing the chances for peace. We are able to do this thanks to the hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians working in our very important defense sector, and the hundreds of companies producing every type of modern weapon Ukraine needs. Today, because of this, Ukraine has the world's largest and the most advanced drone warfare capability. And we are offering this capability to our partners through the Drone Deal initiative. I'm grateful to everyone who has already joined this initiative and to those who are joining it. Drone Deal initiative, it's not only about buying drones, but also about co-production, fast-track access to the means of protection of critical infrastructure, air defense, and of course, security cooperation. And I also want to thank every leader, every country, and every company cooperating with Ukraine in the defense sector. The European Union, Turkey, NATO countries, as well as countries such as Azerbaijan and the Gulf states and other friends are already our strong partners. And I hope our cooperation will provide our nations with reliable protection against threats. The one thing we still need to do here in Europe is build a strong defense against Russia's ballistic missiles. It's a big challenge, it's true. This is Russia's last major advantage. And as well, and as we have seen from the wars in the Middle East and the Gulf, this is an issue of global importance. And I believe Europe urgently needs its own capability to produce anti-ballistic systems and the missiles they require. We all value the Patriot system. It's an excellent system, and there are others as well, but today's wars have shown that current Patriot production is not enough to meet the growing demand for protection against ballistic missiles. That is a fact. And we must respond to that fact. Those who defend life need more Patriots. We have also discussed Patriot production licenses with our American partners, and I ask you to support our efforts to make this happen. And one final point. As I said, Europe needs its own effective anti-ballistic systems and missiles. And this work is already underway. And I urge all of you and all our partners to give it the attention it deserves. And this cannot wait until 2030 or beyond. Europe needs affordable, mass-produced anti-ballistic systems as soon as possible. In fact, today. And I'm sure you agree with me, this is not about maximizing profits for governments or for industry, and it's about providing the strongest possible protection, first of all. Protections for hundreds of millions of Europeans. And that protection is needed today, not years from now. We work on developing the anti-ballistic coalition, and I hope it will deliver real, strong results. While this war continues, please help us get more air defense missiles. This is our top priority right now. We are capable of doing everything else ourselves. But when it comes to air defense, we need our partners' determination. Please, let more determination and more decisions for air defense be one of the key outcomes of this NATO summit in Ankara. And I encourage all of you and all our NATO partners to work closely with us, with Ukraine, to develop modern defense capabilities and protection against every type of drone threat. Thank you. Thanks to everyone who is helping us, helping protect lives. And I cannot finish without my appreciation of the position of the leaders of the countries who have clearly stated Ukraine belongs in NATO because NATO with Ukraine is the alliance for the future. The alliance of today must be up to the challenges of the modern world. With Ukraine, with the strength of our defense industry, and most importantly, the resilience and experience of our people. And I'm proud of our people, and I'm proud of Ukraine. Thanks, friends, again for invitation. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very big round of applause for the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much indeed, President Zelensky, for your powerful speech and speaking to us here in Ankara today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will prepare now for our next session. And in today's world, defense industrial preparedness, that depends on a range of factors, and not every lever rests in the hands of military decision makers. Our next panel is entitled People, Plans and Products, a whole of society approach to industrial preparedness. And this will give us a sense of this complexity and how different institutions have a role to play and play their part. And for that, I'm very pleased to announce our next moderator, and that will be Anton LaGuardia, who is the diplomatic editor for The Economist, and he'll be joined by the
проходьте туди, щоб ми
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Volodymyr, shall we close the door? Thank you. Volodymyr, great to see you, and welcome to the NATO summit. What we are seeing over the last couple of months is what you guys are doing. It is really courageous. You are successful in hitting the Russian energy infrastructure, the Russian defense infrastructure, deep inside Russia. As you said in your speech, Putin is willing to sacrifice up to 30, some months even 35,000 of his own men being killed on the battlefield. Can you imagine the enormous loss this is for families and everyone? This is what the Russian president is willing to do. But militarily, it is crucial that you have these successes. Then on the front line, I mean, only 4 or 5 months ago, you still saw the Russians making gains, and now it is much less so. You are much more successful also on the front line. I think there's one big issue we have to work on. That's air defense, air defense, air defense. Making sure your cities, your vital infrastructure is protected. And by the way, when I list all the issues Russia is facing, one of the most important ones is what you're doing to their economy. The economy is in a very bad shape in Russia. So maybe just one message. Let me repeat what I said when I visited with the ambassadors of NATO in Kiev. If you're a young man in Russia today and you contemplate to join the military, you might be one of those 30,000. This month, next month, the months after, you know that your president in Russia, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, is willing to sacrifice you. So think about it again before you join the military. And again, thank you for being here and being such an incredible leader and friend.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear Mark. Thank you, you personally, and thanks to President Erdogan and for the invitation to NATO Summit. Thank you for this opening forum, which is very important, Defense Industry Forum. Thank you for organization, and this is important, and I hope that our companies, not everybody, because we have hundreds of the companies, but some representatives of our sector, defense sector, will present what they do, how they do, and I think this is very important to share all this experience with partners. The second point, I agree with Mark, absolutely. We can speak about different initiatives which are important for Ukraine, Danish initiative, Czech initiative, anti-ballistic, the new initiative, but Mark is absolutely, first of all, is very helpful with the Pearl program. Thank you very much. Because of this program, we can get maybe sometimes not too much, but anyway, PAC-3, PAC-2 missiles from the United States. And tomorrow we will speak about different topics with President Trump and also about this. But also what is important is today to find a way how to get as quick as possible, as much as possible, missiles for Patriot systems. This is the most important thing. We will discuss with Mark this topic. We understand who is not only Americans, by the way, from our friends, they have these possibilities, and we need it very much, and it's urgent topic for us. I think you saw all these attacks from Russia, each day attacks. It's true that they begin to be weak on the battlefield. Russians, and there's still a lot of soldiers, and still we have to defend our soldiers also. When we speak about defending, when we speak about air defense, we need it for civilians, but also for our army. We need them to defend them. And of course, we see that the weakness of Russia, we feel it, but it's not enough. We need more pressure, more anti-ballistic, and more sanctions on Russia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Activity and competence. One thing I would like to say is that one common element among all these security, more than defense-related aspects, is the different pace. The fact that time is really of the essence, like it is in war. And therefore, the mindset has to be different. And I can identify specifically two spots where this is specifically applicable. One is as good as possible and not necessarily always excellent, especially if you want to replace in shorter time some capability that you already have. The second one is, like for defense, the possibility to have collaborations. And I think this is something that can, even if it is related and very specific from nation to nation, needless to say, a nation in the southern Europe like Italy surrounded by sea is different from somebody who is in Central Europe or in Northern Europe. Nevertheless, collaboration is still the key due to timescales and the size of the investments that is involved. This is specifically true for me in space, and this is where we applied that very, very aggressively, and also, for example, in the hybrid world of drones, where our partnership with Baykar was exactly responding to the need of quick response to hybrid world.
You mentioned the need to have specific budgets that are clear and identified. Is there a good way of measuring this 1.5%, of determining the metrics by which countries are achieving particular goals, or is it so difficult to define that it's really not worth trying to have a statistic?
Well, I think the rules for defining exactly how to compute have been stated. The areas where these can be spent is known. As I already said, this is quite different from country to country, so it is much broader than the pure defense spending. In any case, what I firmly believe is that it is sometimes much easier to feel that 1.5% than to feel really the increase of production and the real ramp up in defense for some countries going from maybe 1.5 to 3.5.
Rob, do you have a specific budget for that defense-related work, or is it just scattered among different government budgets?
I think it's very important that you are transparent about how you're going to spend the 3.5% and the 1.5%, just also to show to your taxpayers that all this money is spent well. We've tripled our defense budget in just a few years' time because we were just like others lagging behind. And now we're moving really fast, and also in some of the capabilities that we're really good at, working together with other countries, because for me that is crucial. Not only how much are you going to spend in the upcoming years, but also how are you going to spend it, with more standardization, with the boosting of the European defense industry, but also with better collaboration between European and American countries, so that we actually strengthen each other. On the 1.5%, I agree that there is some kind of a tailor-made approach for each and every country. For example, in Finland, they already have their shelters, they have millions of people trained. in other European countries, that should be the start of resilience in the years to come. And in terms of the Dutch approach, it is mainly focused on strengthening our local and regional security cooperation. We're really good at conflict management with our local municipalities and with our provinces. But how can we boost that in terms of hybrid threats that we've been faced? For example, if you have a day or few days without electricity or without communication, how to respond, make sure that people know what to do. But for the years to come, it's mainly protecting our crucial infrastructure, because we are one of the main logistic hubs. So that is a different approach than maybe for some other European countries.
Alex, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, it's probably not an exact science, but 2 points on it. The first one is, sometimes I feel that we are too focused on percentages rather than capabilities. And we think it's sort of an accounting exercise, where at the end of the day, it's not a real accounting exercise. My second point is on the 1.5%. There's a rule in NATO that you can only count 1.5%. So a country like Finland, when we put all of things together, like, you know, an LNG terminal, or making sure that communication between authorities is rock solid and is not able to be attacked by cyber, or if we build a railroad which takes you to place X, Y, and Z, we are actually up to 2.4%. But we don't then, you know, in the accounting exercise say that, okay, on hard defense right now we sit at 2.7, we're going up to 3.2 by 2029, and then, you know, 3.5 by 2035. We say that, okay, we have the 1.5 here and we're 2.7 now. But again, what counts, like Rob said, is what kind of capabilities you have. And we have, you know, I love Italy, but Italy's security situation is a little bit different and the setup is different. So that's why the way in which they account it is different. And finally, we don't have a particular budget moment for this, that you just kind of put them all together and then you present them to the alliance, and the alliance is, okay, thumbs up, that's fine.
Mikael, you emphasized the point about coordination between different authorities, like what do you do when something happens? Do you find that that has improved since this discussion began? I seem to have lost my microphone. Shall I just shout?
Oh, it was a good question to Michael.
I can try my microphone.
Someone seems to be pattering in the background.
No, but I can sort of try and answer that. I think
Russian interference.
Yeah. Is it all of us? Nope.
What's up?
There we go. Here we go.
Okay. Mine is gone as well. Okay. Try this one then. No, I think we still have a way to go when it comes to what we actually do when things happens. I hear that Finland has a very organized way of governing things in a proper way quickly. I mean, for us, it's like a drone hybrid threat. Okay, we find them, we know what they are, what do we do? And who is entitled to do something about that quickly? That we haven't covered yet. We have started to organize this in a proper way with regional sort of responsibilities and what have you, but still, the defense forces will never be able to protect all the critical infrastructure. So we have to know if it's the police or if it's us with some additional capability at our sites that would have to do something. And of course, I understand the risk of casualties or collateral damage if we start using our own weapon systems to take out drones, for example. It's a big step to take that. I'm not saying we should, but we haven't organized it properly yet. We're getting there. Remember, we also had a fantastic system during the Cold War. Then we dismantled that to a large extent when it comes to total defense, and now we're rebuilding that again. Not exactly the way Finland has done it, and we have a way to go, but we're getting there. Only the fact that all the citizens of Sweden now has a brochure to what to do when things go wrong, what should you actually have at your house, how long do you have to sort of keep and cope with yourself before anyone helps, is a big step. And now all the businesses, all the companies in Sweden has also a scenario description on what to do if something goes wrong. So we are moving quickly into a much better situation. But still, I cannot call the police if I have drones over my facility. I will do that, but what would they do? That's the question.
What
Obviously, just like Michael said, it's
You
not
need
going to be,
microphone.
I think it works,
You're
yeah.
okay.
So it's never going to be perfect. And I think we have to understand that there's a learning curve here. So we have had in Finland 3 major incidents with drones. And, you know, in the first one, we found out that our coordination wasn't strong enough. In the second one, we coordinated very well. And in the third one, we coordinated like clockwork. I'll give you 2 examples. If it's a drone, and then the basically lead will be taken, obviously, by the Air Force. But the Air Force will keep not only the rest of the military land and sea on par with events, but also the police and the border guard. Secondly, if it's a cable, then the lead will be with someone else. And the key in all of this is that, you know, you have one situation center which is in charge, and you have a clear protocol of what you're going to do. So both legislation and otherwise. But we have to understand that the system is never going to be perfect, and therefore in hybrid threats, which Michael was referring to, you're basically going to have to understand that the key there is if a system of cables, of IT cables get hit, are you sure that you can have another ramp up of a system somewhere else, and how quickly can you do that? That's a little bit of a, I think, reality that you have to deal with this. So it's not going to be perfect, but you can be good at what you do.
Okay, so resilience is part of the answer here. Rob, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, let's see, it's working. Something Alex said earlier, I fully agree on. It's not only about the numbers. This is about a shift in mindset.
Yeah.
Because if you talk about safety and security, it's not just about how many soldiers do you have, or how many F-35s have you ordered.
Yes,
it's
64.
Yeah, very good, very good. But it's mainly about getting rid of the...
Michael doesn't look so happy.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Michael.
Sorry. Yeah.
There are other aircrafts.
We've been very naive and very spoiled in Europe, thinking that we are just secure and nothing's going to happen to our continent. And we've seen several wars on our continent and outside our continent, but also the threat of being, you know, with the Strait of Hormuz, earlier with the gas crisis, now we're over-dependent on technologies or medication coming from China. So the shift in mindset in Europe is mainly about let's be aware of the fact that there are so many topics that could actually threat our way of living, could be a threat to our economy, could be a threat to our security. So it's not only about the 1.5%. The 1.5% is a way to have a more public debate on how to boost your society, how to make sure that every level of government is prepared to step in when it's needed. But it's not only the government, it's a whole of society approach. What can businesses do? What can people do themselves? And how can we as governments actually stimulate that and support that with some of the 1.5% spending?
Well, so can I ask you about the defense industry, the degree to which civilian industry can help the military side? Are there capabilities in the civilian sector that can help you in this ramp up? Or are the two worlds of military and civilian technology so different now that actually, you know, you need bespoke factories to build, you know, helicopter ships, missiles, and all the rest of it?
No, they've been moving quite separately for a very long time, but now I think there is an important level of coordination that is needed and feasible. If you think about the world of cyber, then this is evident that cyber has for sure an importance in military, but is pervasive in the civil environment, and normally some of the technologies are highly in common between that. Then there is the simplest element, that is the production capability. We are using some production capability, spare production capability from some sectors of civilian industry in order to boost, and I'm sure that other nations are doing the same, and this is probably the easiest thought. In terms of technology, I think there is more and more convergence, also for the reasons, as I said before, that pervasive technologies in the civilian world can help military technologies to be more focused and at the same time to use a gut-feeling approach, a real good for that purpose approach. And more in general, I think that then I fully agree we should really stick to the capability that we want to provide. Just to give example for Italy, and I always want to liaise with security. Of course, border control is a critical element, sea border control. So it's obvious that you do that with ships, with helicopters, with planes that have a lot in common with the military patrolling that is done. So there is a lot about commonality. Then there is a specific element that I think we should tackle with, is the message, because in some countries, and Italy of course is one of those, the message related to global security, the link between security and economic wealth is much more palatable than a simpler, in words, increase in defense spending that is simply filling the inventories with missiles and ammunitions.
Mikael, did you want to come in?
Well, a couple of comments on technology, but also the broader question. I know I'm saying something that politicians do not want to hear maybe, but we have to stop sort of looking at defense investments as a burden to the society. If we have decided somehow that we have this threat environment for a long, unpredictable time, let's do the best of that, because it is actually extremely good engineering, it is GDP creating, it is tech spin-off creating activities, and we can actually, because of the sort of interface between civilian capabilities and military or defense industry capability is now sort of being less and less obvious. We can do so much more if we decide to say, okay, this is actually the future. And I think some countries like Germany has really gone that direction by actually almost replacing automotive capability industry with defense industries. On the technology side, I mean, many will go all the way and providing capabilities to the defense forces completely from a white paper coming from nowhere, or from the commercial side. On AI, of course, on connectivity, additive manufacturing, what have you. There are many areas, they are so important. But many of them actually get sort of killed at this death valley because the sort of the system that they think they will get cash flow from is not so, the pace of that system is not what they think it is. So I think we as prime defense industries have a big role in actually managing ecosystem of smaller companies, not sort of acquiring them, but actually connecting them to what we do to deliver capability to the defense forces. That is a model we have to prevail on.
Over to the politicians.
Yeah, you see, I can agree with Michael for the simple reason that I'm in charge of foreign policy and I'm the commander-in-chief, but not in charge of the budget. So I would encourage all of the politicians to listen to this. So I guess my job is more, and this is where I come, Finland and Sweden are the newest members, and there's a huge deal on Global Eye published today. And I don't think, the Swedish defense industry, or the Finnish defense industry for that matter, would get these kinds of deals were we not in the alliance. So my commercial break is very simple, that when you look at comprehensive defense, you have to look at number one, networks, right? There you have two very good Finnish companies, Nokia and Bittiö. Number two, you have to look at AI. Give you three companies, Sensor Fusion, Insta, and Nest AI. Number three, you have to look at vehicles, Patria. Number four, you have to look at ammo and explosive, Forsit and Nammo. And then number five, you have to look at space. You have ICEYE, Kuva Space, and Reorbit. So my message is, look at the Finnish defense industry. It's fantastic.
We were told not to do a sales pitch, but politicians are allowed to do what they want. Rob, did you catch my eye?
Yeah.
Do you want to sell Netherlands defense industry?
Yeah, we'll do the next commercial break. Now, one of the things that we've decided, because we are going to boost our spending also in a very fast pace, but we are going to carve out 10% of our national defense budget for innovation. So we need to make sure that we can boost the innovation coming from our universities, a lot of interesting startups and scale-ups in the Netherlands, but we also have a very strong collaboration with the National Knowledge Institute, with several companies from the defense industry, but also for dual use. And really to make sure that we can keep up the pace, because warfare is changing so rapidly that you have to carve out, in our case, 10% of the budget for innovation and building this ecosystem, and not doing just within the Netherlands, but with companies throughout Europe and in Northern America. But we also have very strong other companies that are in the end crucial for everything that we do in terms of security. So Alex already mentioned two of the Finnish companies, but we have with ASML, probably right now the most important company within the EU. And there is a coalition of 10 to 15 European companies, part of the Tech Creators Coalition. And I think our 5 governments are now going to really support these companies to boost everything that they are doing, because without ASML, the American industry is nowhere. So it is not only about us being reliant on American technology or American innovations, we are also building a very strong European pillar, and in the end, the Americans and the Europeans together are the strongest alliance in the world, and we have to boost that as much as we can.
As you mentioned ASML and AI, do you think that the Europeans need to develop technology with the United States together, or do they need to seek tech autonomy, so therefore their own tech stack, their own data, at least in the military side, their own command and control, their own data cloud, and their own AI for command and control?
Well, we have to be more independent in some cases. If you, for example, look at storage of personal data, obviously a lot of Europeans are angry that their personal data is stored outside of the EU. So we have to build our own data centers and our own AI factories so we can actually own the data of our own citizens. But in the end, there is no such thing as a European full autonomy or autarky. You will always need to collaborate with our friends in Canada, in the US, in other partnerships around the world. ASML and other tech companies can play a crucial role, both in the US and here. But one figure that is always mind-blowing to me is that ASML is right now, by far, the net worth biggest company in Europe, but only 2% of their customers are within Europe. So we have to diversify our own economies. We have to make sure that there are more customers in Europe, but that's also in addition to what you're selling to the Americans and countries in Asia.
We're sadly running out of time, but I just wanted to ask Lorenzo about this question of tech autonomy or tech sovereignty, and then I'll come back down the line.
Well, I'm absolutely in favor of collaboration, as Prime Minister said. My point is that when you sit at the table, the way you manage to shape the collaboration or to obtain the collaboration is also dependent upon what you bring to the table. So the two roads are not separated. Europe and the European side of the alliance has to invest to have its own capabilities, excellencies, also in order to preserve export, that is by far one of the sources of wealth of Europe. At the same time, there are areas where we cannot help but having a sound and a friendly relationship with our transatlantic friends. And I think this is the purpose and the spirit of the NATO alliance, and also of the evolution that somebody is asking for at the moment.
Mikael?
There's no way we can sort of be efficient or actually keep up the competition if we don't use hyperscalers from the US when it comes to the basic functionality and cloud and connectivity in a proper way. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be able to use or keep track of our data centers, of course, as the Prime Minister mentioned, but also we can use lots of the AI models on our own. Agentive AI, adoption of AI can be done, but we have to work with these guys, otherwise we will never be competitive in the European perspective for a long time. We have a long journey to go if we want to have sovereignty in this area, my view. And let's remember, defense industries cannot be prohibited in the European perspective to use these hyperscalers. We need to use them in a proper way, but we cannot be prohibited to use them, because then we will fall behind.
That's not up to the Europeans necessarily. Alex?
I think the question is too big to answer here, but I'll bring it back to where we started from on comprehensive security. We have a whole bunch of patriotic CEOs, and I think we need a lot of patriotic European CEOs, because what we're starting to see, especially in the frontier technology on artificial intelligence in the US, this sort of tension between the big tech players and the US government. And I think we have more companies that are willing to work for the good of Europe. But it would be a fallacy to think that we can somehow detach ourselves from American technology. What we need to do is to strengthen ourselves in quantum, because that is what is going to provide AI and AGI in the long run. We need to be strong on data centers, whether we like it or not. And I think there's a lot more negativity about the implications of AI in the US than what there is in Europe. So just like in security, don't think that it's a binary question, US or Europe. Same thing in technology. It's not binary, US or Europe. We're going to have to work together on this. And I think we're all learning as we're going along. I think the next stage is actually going to be to have some kind of global AI authority, and we're starting to see that bubbling up, and Europe can be quite good in that game as well.
Well, that will be a subject for next year's NDIF. Thank you very much to my panel. Please join me in giving a round of applause. We've had many more questions that we could ask, but we've run out of time. Thank you.
Shall I wait for them? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again in thanking our moderator and our panelists. Thank you very much indeed. All right, we continue to our next panel. And as I said before, our last panel, that military leaders don't hold all the levers, but they do still hold quite a few. And the defense industry delivers many of those levers or capabilities for our armed forces. And production, speed, stockpile depth, resilience, plus interoperability and sustainment all affect whether NATO can deter, defend, and also prevail in a contested environment. Our next session, Industry as a Military Variable, an alliance ready for tomorrow's battlefield, will cover all of these issues. Moderating our session, we have Natalie Tocci, James Anderson, Professor of Practice at Johns Hopkins University SAIS and Senior Fellow at the Institute for European Policymaking at Bocconi University. And to guide us with their best military advice, the chair of the NATO Military Committee, Admiral Giuseppe Cavo Dragone, and the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, General Alexis Grinkovich, and the Supreme Allied Commander for Transformational, Admiral Pierre Vandier. Welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this. Ooh, that was loud. And indeed, here we are, 1 year on, 5% is obviously on everyone's mind. And of course, in this 1 year, a lot has happened, and we've heard a lot about what has already happened. Spending is up, investments are rising. However, the challenge doesn't stop here. It is quite clear that the task at hand is really one of transforming money and investments in real military power. And so the key question which we need to address now is really how to ensure that industry delivers, and it delivers the necessary capacity at scale, at speed, and through constant innovation, while all at the same time remaining united, given that consensus is the name of the game in NATO. And how to ensure that what we produce is actually interoperable, that it is resilient, that it is sustainable. Because indeed, only if all of these conditions are met will deterrence and defense actually be capable. So let us jump straight into this question of military power. And we have, of course, an absolutely stellar panel here who have all of the answers. And let me begin, General Grinkovich, with you. to really give us the lay of the land as far as what the security environment is concerned. What are the threats that we face? What are the operational needs that emerge from these threats? And therefore, what, on the one hand, should citizens have in mind, but also, on the other, what does industry need to deliver?
Sure. Well, thanks for the question, and a pleasure to be here with you all today. You know, several of the other speakers, I think, starting with the Secretary General earlier, talked about how those who would do us harm are working together more than ever before. And this is a theme that has some real military implications. And the biggest implication of it is that the risk of conflict happening in multiple theaters around the world simultaneously or very near simultaneous to each other is much higher than it's been in a long time. And that will put a tremendous strain on our ability to deliver military effects given the capacity that we have in our inventories. And this is where industry becomes extremely important in order to build that capacity so that we can deliver those effects. We want to deliver them rapidly so we can quickly bring the enemy to culmination. The challenge when you have simultaneous conflicts and strained inventories of munitions is you increase the potential for the conflicts to protract, to become much longer. And so this is a real key for industry. If we can build our industrial capacity across a whole range of higher-end, more exquisite systems to affordable mass-type systems, we increase our ability to quickly bring a conflict to the close and hopefully deter it from even happening in the first place.
Well, indeed, we, you know, Sacco there really put his finger on this question of simultaneity, which I think is a story indeed of simultaneity of different conflicts happening at the same time, and simultaneity in terms of, therefore, different capacities that we need to develop at the same time. But while we need to develop at scale both the exquisite capacity and mass production, we also need to think ahead. And thinking ahead, Admiral Van Dier, I'm sorry, absolutely. I mean, that was really a faux pas. The question really is, indeed, you know, what are the capacities that NATO needs to think about when thinking about its tomorrow? What are the areas that, indeed, the greatest attention needs to be paid to?
If we look at the Ukrainian war, it's now longer than the World War I. And what happened during World War I? In fact, all the war fighting changed. The aircraft was a toy at the beginning of the war, and we had air combat at the end. The tank didn't exist in the war. It was the first tank assaults at the end of the war. Same for the submarine. We see exactly the same effects of the protracted war in Ukraine, where the two opponents adapt themselves, and we've seen a strong adaptation from Ukraine, which is a digital nation. And today they are doing things ahead of a lot of nations in space, in robots, in AI, and they mass produce drones. They will produce 9 million drones this year. We've seen in the Gulf with Epic Fury that same tendency, the extensive use of AI and space intel to shorten the engagement loop. We've seen a lot of drones on both sides. And so this is to take in action today, to bring that in the planning, to bring the thrust structures. We know, for example, that a tank battalion would not survive without counter drones today. That finding the targets will request some Riki drones, cheap and massive numbers. So it's really what we have to implement today in our forces.
Yeah. Admiral Capodragone, you have, as chairman of the military committee, the tough job of keeping it all together. And consensus is really your task. And of course, it's a task that is a daily task. It is not simply something that is done in key moments such as this. So give us a sense of, indeed, how to ensure that that consensus is actually built and that it delivers, and so as to ensure that the 5% goal that we are moving towards is actually reached and does not go to waste.
I
first of all, the 5%, I consider that not just a number, but let's say a promise, a commitment to our military, that we will provide them with the tool they need to fight and win in case, is to our adversaries, that they will pay a higher and higher tool if they test us, and also to industry, that this is not just a moment, it's something solid right there, and they can count on that. As far as the waste, again, it is something that we pay a lot of attention to it. It is in the dark. It's something that we need to be aware of. Waste, for example, is when we have 32 system or platform different, not interoperable. When waste is when prestige prevail over readiness. Waste is when we sign a check and all the stuff. Support, munitions, enablers of a platform are late. These are waste that we need to be aware of, we and the industry. And as far as consensus, that's the challenge. But I'll tell you what. First of all, this is the right tool, and the military committee, it's the right tool where the right part of NATO in which we have. It happens that one morning we got into the meeting room with 32 different position or opinion or whatever, but we come out with only one. That's something that it is the guarantee that we as military committee provide really a military advice unfettered. Government changes, Chief of Defense changes, Chair of the Military Committee changes, but the threat is right there. It is evolving, but it's right there. It's our reference point to come up with a good, professional, unfettered advice, which overlasts all the governments, I think, and that's the guarantee also for the industry that have something stable. So at this point, it is a commitment. This is not the moment, as I told you. Our demand is something right there. It is a trajectory we are on, and we want the industry to jump on it. No more behind the scene, but step on the stage and sing and play with us, because deterrence is something we build together.
And indeed, it is really a story about industry in sync with government, with NATO working together, and doing so at speed. Now, speed, Admiral, is really a word that I've heard you talk about a lot in the past, and I've heard you define time as really being the main battle space. Could you perhaps give us a sense about what you actually mean by this, and how do we actually ensure that speed is delivered?
Yep. Speed, time, velocity are the three words that are most recurrent from this morning on. Right. Time, of course, connect all the domains. Time dictates when we see a threat and when we act. Drones, as shown us very clearly, they decide the time between a target is detected and to the time in which it is struck. Industry, military, and institution need to change their mindset. We need to work and to react on a fastest clock all together, all of us. And basically, that's I would make it very short. The next advantage will not belong to the alliance with the nicest, the most modern, most sophisticated, the sexiest platform or system, but to the one who can learn fastest, decide fastest, scale fastest, recover fastest in peace, crisis, and war. At the end of the day, my personal opinion is time is no more a battlefield variable, but it is an operational domain.
Absolutely. Admiral Bondier, I want to come to you on this question of speed, because I think there is indeed a key nexus really between speed and innovation. right? We will innovate the fastest if we are faster in actually changing constantly our models and constantly questioning ourselves. Could you talk to us a little bit about how you actually see that relationship between speed and innovation?
So there are two critical things to deliver faster. One is being done today. It's what we call the aggregated demand. That means that all the nations go together and they see how they will fulfill SACUR's plans. And today that job has been made and the demand signal is pretty clear on what exists. The other part is what doesn't exist, or what we should implement. So that was the example of drones, for example, on all domains. In fact, we need a fast track to implement this. If we just apply what we've done before, that means that it's 3 years to define the needs, then to define the requirements, then to go to contracts, and then to deliver. That makes roughly a 6 to 7 years cycle, which is the obsolescence of the technology we are speaking about. New LLMs, they go, you have a new one each 4 months. The updates of the drones, it's a weekly update. Yeah. So if we are not able to have contracts that are at that pace, in fact, we will have a technological debt. Yeah. And I think today, we have pretty the same contracting process for an aircraft carrier and for software. We need to have a fast track. This is essential.
General Grinkiewicz, without obviously scaring us too much, but could you give us perhaps a more granular sense of exactly what are the military risks if we don't do all of this?
Yeah, so if you think about the ready forces that we're building across the alliance, no doubt in my mind that allies are spending to their Hague Summit commitments. They're going to get the tanks and airplanes and ships, those long lead items that we need, into their inventories in line with their capability targets. And some will meet them quicker than others, but we'll get there. The thing that you need now is the depth of munitions and the replacement capability for those in the event of attrition on the battlefield. And so, where you might have used to thought of, you send a fighter squadron or you send an infantry brigade into battle, that they go with 30 days of supply. And if you build that 30 days of supply, you're really good to go, and that's all you need to think about. What we really need to develop is the back end of that industrial base that can sustain that fight over a longer period of time. So it becomes as much about building the capability as building the ecosystem that can sustain the fight. And that ecosystem can't just be static. As Admiral Vandier mentioned, the development and innovation cycles are running at faster and faster rates. And so as we resupply our forces that are on the front lines, as we replace the things that have been attrited in combat, we want those to be more modern, more adapted to whatever changes we're going to see on the battlefield. This, to me, is one of the real lessons from the conflict in Ukraine, from the conflicts in the Middle East, is that you have to build a very tight relationship between the militaries and the industrial base, so you have really rapid discussions about what it is that the battlefield requirements are on the front line, and then industry can talk about what they can deliver, and in that tight loop, deliver much more quickly. Someone this morning talked about the general's opinions on what they might need isn't as important as someone on the front line. I absolutely agree. The fingertip feel for what's needed is going to come from the front line, and we've got to figure out how to make those connections at the right echelons.
Yeah. Admiral Capodragone, in a sense, a related question that comes from the floor. What is, you feel, the military problem that is actually most critical for industry to address for NATO?
I think that what we should be aware of is that, we have more money available. Yeah. We have more money on the table. So again, we have to transform money in capabilities or effect on the battlefield. We cannot just wave money in face of the enemy because it's not going to work. But the thing is that temptation, or something that could happen, is that with more money, there should be the tendency that we need to intercept at the earliest to more fragmentation. So the temptation should be there. And I think this
Bas duruş. Döner at. Noktası. Selam. Dur. Dikkat. Görüşürüz hazırdır akşam.
Merhaba Ashkar.
Tören bitmiş gerekçeler. Sus! Okay. Öncelikle NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nde değerli dostumla Ankara'da bir arada olmak bizlere ayrı bir güç katmıştır. Kendilerine hoş geldiniz diyorum.
First here, on the occasion of the NATO summit, I would like to welcome my valuable friend, Mr. President Trump, who has participated here today with us and added strength to the summit that we are convening for.
Ve bu ziyaretin ne kadar önemli olduğunu özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum.
And I would like to express how important this summit is that we are here gathering for.
NATO Liderler Zirvesi'nin bugün Ankara'da yapılıyor olması ve tüm liderlerin şu anda ülkemizde bir araya gelmesi, yarın değerli dostum Sayın Trump'la birlikte olması bizlere ayrı bir güç katacaktır.
The fact that we are convening here today for the NATO Ankara summit and that all the leaders are arriving and tomorrow with the presence of President Trump, which will be adding might and strength to our summit.
Kendilerine tekrar hoş geldiniz diyorum.
Once again, I would like to say welcome, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you very much. As everybody knows,
Sizlere
it's
çok
been
teşekkür etmek istiyorum.
very much
Herkesin de
reported.
bildiği gibi
We are
gerçekten
great friends.
bu da
The
çok
president
fazla
has done
haber
an
yapıldı. Bizler
incredible
çok iyi
job. Just
dostuz. Sayın
landing
Cumhurbaşkanı
at the
çok iyi
airport,
bir
you see
işçi
such a beautiful
yaptı.
airport,
Havaalanına
and to have
geldim. Havaalanı gerçekten çok
building
güzel bir
named after me. I
havaalanı.
was very
Hatta
happy
benim
about that. That was very
ismimle
nice.
hazırlanan
The
da bir bina
airport
vardı
is
ve binadan
absolutely
çok memnun kaldım. Havaalanı
beautiful. The
gerçekten
roads
çok
coming in
güzel.
were
Buraya
brand new
gelen
and
yollar
beautiful and
tamamen yepyeni, çok
you've been a
güzel
great leader
yollar.
and a
Çok iyi
respected
bir
leader all over the
lidersiniz.
world.
Çok tüm dünyada saygı
And
gören
we
bir
really do.
lidersiniz
We've
ve
had right from the
gerçekten de
beginning good
en
chemistry.
başından bu
We've had
yana
a very
çok iyi bir
special
kimyamız vardı. Çok özel
relationship.
bir
Turkey
ilişkimiz
has
oldu.
become under
Türkiye,
the president a very
Cumhurbaşkanı'nın
powerful
liderliği
country
altında
militarily.
çok güçlü
People
bir
don't-
ülke
people
oldu.
don't
Askeri
know how
olarak
powerful
insanlar bunu
actually.
biliyor. Aslında insanlar ne kadar
And
güçlü
they have a lot of
olduğunu
our equipment.
bilmiyorlar.
They have
Bizim
a lot
çok
of
fazla
great
ekipmanları var, çok
And,
iyi askerleri
they're
var
really,
ve gerçekten
as somebody to be reckoned with. And the
mutlaka
nice
dikkate
part is
alınması
that
gereken bir
because of
ülke.
the
Bunun da en
relationship that
güzel
we have,
kısmı şu ki
it's all
aramızdaki
gone
iyi
very
ilişki
well.
sayesinde
I just
şimdiye
want to
kadar her
say
şey
that
çok iyi
I
gitti.
have
Sadece
a lot
şunu
of respect
söylemek
for the
istiyorum.
president.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı'na
And,
çok büyük saygım var
I think it's
ve
really to the benefit
bence bu
both countries. We're going to
her
be
iki
talking
ülkenin
today
de
about trade.
faydasına
We're
olacak.
going to be
Bugün
talking about
ticaretten bahsediyor
other
olacağız.
things having
Diğer
to do with
birçok
the
şey
military,
konuşuyor
lots of
olacağız.
different things.
Yine
Probably we'll
silahlı
mention
kuvvetlerle ilgili olarak da
Iran,
birçok
where
farklı
we
konuyu konuşacağız.
have
Muhtemelen
essentially
İran konusunu
decimated their
konuşacağız.
military. They
Aslında
cannot have a
orada
nuclear weapon.
askeri tamamen
And, We're going to have some very good discussions.
Yok
But we do a lot
ettik.
of trade with Turkey. We
Türk
make great
nükleerleri
things
artık
and they make
olmayacak ama
great things,
Türkiye ile
and
birçok güzel ilişkilerimiz
we've
var.
had
Onlar
a
harika şeyler
very,
yapıyorlar. Bizler de
it's had a
harika
very
şeyler
big impact on
yapıyoruz.
both of our
Ve
countries.
her
So
iki ülkemiz
I just
üzerinde
want
de
to
çok
tell
büyük bir
you that
etkisi oluyor.
it's
Sizlere
an honor
sadece
to be
şunu
with
söylemek
you.
isterim. Sizlerle
we're
olmak
gonna
benim
have
için büyük bir onur.
A lot
Ve
of good meetings.
birçok güzel toplantı
good dinners,
yapacağız.
good food.
Çok güzel akşam
We're gonna have a
yemekleri
good
yiyeceğiz.
time,
Çok
but
güzel
mostly we're gonna
yemekler
have a lot of
yiyeceğiz.
work.
Çok güzel vakit geçireceğiz
And
ama
we're
en
gonna do
önemlisi
good things
çok
for our
güzel
countries.
işler
Thank you
yapacağız
very
ve
much,
ülkelerimiz
Mr.
için
President.
çok iyi şeyler yapacağız. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı çok teşekkürler.
Geldiniz. Çok teşekkür ederiz o yüzden. Çok uzun süren bir dostluğumuz var biliyorsunuz. Son derece saygı duyduğum, yakın bulduğum bir insansınız. Buradaki buluşmalarımızda, görüşmelerimizde 3 konudan bahsedeceğiz. Askeri, ticari ve bir de İran konusundan bahsedeceğiz. Gerçekten çok güçlüsünüz. Çok güçlü askeri ve silah sanayi açısından çok güçlü bir yerdesiniz şu anda. Dolayısıyla teşekkür ediyorum ve çok iyi bir vakit geçirdiğinize inanıyorum.
Thank you.
Very much.
Okay.
Mr. President, are you going to sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good
F-35'lerle
relationship.
ilgili
I would
olarak
think that
Türkiye nezdinde bir karar
many people,
verdiniz
I can
mi?
tell
Ve
you,
bu
many
almamız
people,
gereken bir
including the
karar.
people
Tabii
sitting
ki birçok
right
kişiyi
here thinks,
ilgilendiriyor.
why wouldn't we
Bu
do that?
odada
We have a
bulunan
better
kişileri
relationship
de
with
dahil etmek üzere.
Turkey, and
Neden
Turkey's been in
olmasın
many
ki
ways much
Türkiye
more
ile
loyal
çok iyi
than
bir
other
ilişkimiz var
countries
ve
that we
Türkiye
think would be
başka
loyal.
ülkelere oranla çok daha sadık
So,
bir
yeah,
ülke
something
olarak
certainly we would
ilişkilerini
consider.
sürdürüyor
It's a great
bizimle.
plan.
Bunu
It's the
tabii ki
best,
değerlendiririz. Çok
currently the
güzel bir
best
plan
plan by
ve
far.
hali hazırda şu aşamaya
And,
kadar yapılan en iyi
it's
planlardan
certainly
bir
something
tanesi
we will consider,
ve
yeah.
kesinlikle bizim de mutlaka değerlendireceğimiz
Yes,
bir şey.
Daniel, please.
Evet Daniel buyur.
You never know why a relationship is
Evet,
special.
neden bir ilişkinin özel olduğunu hiçbir zaman
Some
aslında
people
tam olarak bilemezsiniz.
You get along with, and some
Bazı
people you
kişilerle
don't.
çok iyi geçinirsiniz,
Sometimes
bazılarıyla o
you get
kadar iyi
along with the toughest
geçinemezsiniz.
people
Bazen
like him.
en zorlu
sometimes you don't get
kişilerle
along
Sayın
with the
Cumhurbaşkanı
weakest,
gibi
most
çok
pathetic
iyi
people.
geçirirsiniz ama bazen
just
çok
don't get
patetik
along. Maybe you don't respect
kişilerle
them, but,
bile geçinemezsiniz.
I,
Onlara saygı
you
duymanız
know,
mümkün olmaz.
from the day we met,
Ben
we got along. We
ilk
had
tanıştığımız günden bu yana çok
pastor,
iyi
so I remember his
anlaştığımızı
name was
düşünüyorum.
Pastor Brunson,
Bir rahip
and it was a very
Bronson
big thing.
olayı vardı biliyorsunuz.
And
Çok
it was
büyük bir vakaydı
very
ve
traumatic. It was
çok da
sentenced to a
travmatik
long-term prison
bir
sentence,
olaydı.
and
Çok uzun
I
dönemli
felt he
bir
was
hapis
innocent,
cezasına
and I
çarptırılmıştı.
called.
Ben masum
Other
olduğuna
people called, they
inandım.
got nowhere. I called
Ben
the
bazı
president,
temaslar
and he
kuruldu,
released him
bir noktaya
immediately.
ulaşamadı. Ben
Something
aradığımda
that
Sayın
the
Cumhurbaşkanı onu
evangelical
hemen
community will never forget.
serbest bıraktı ve evangelik
good man,
toplumunun hiçbir
Pastor
zaman
Brunson.
unutmayacağı bir şey.
you know, just
Rahip
things like
Bronson
that, we
ve
just have
gerçekten
always, it's
çok da
always
sevilen
worked
bir
out.
kişiydi. Her zaman
And I
ilişkilerimiz
think it's
çok
been from
iyi
the very
devam
beginning,
etti.
from the first
Baştan
moment.
itibaren,
Just-
ilk
I said
andan
it before,
itibaren,
it's
daha
a-
önce de belirttiğim
it's a
gibi
chemistry that
bu bir
works
kimya
between us.
meselesi ve
There are those that I
ikimiz
don't have a
arasında iyi
good
bir
chemistry
kimya var.
with, I will tell
İyi
you
bir
that.
kimya olmayan
And we work that out too.
liderler de var ama onlarla da ilişkilerimizi bir şekilde sürdürüyoruz.
Say it.
Are further troop
Tekrar eder
drawdowns in
misiniz?
Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have
Well, we're
made?
going to see. I was very disappointed
Evet,
with NATO.
NATO beni
And
aslında çok
frankly,
büyük
if it
hayal
weren't
kırıklığına
held in
uğratmıştı
Turkey,
ve
where
aslında Türkiye'de
my friend
olmasaydı
happens to be a very
zirve
strong
ki
leader,
çok güçlü
a
bir
very
lider olan
strong,
dostum olmasaydı
person,
çok
it's
güçlü bir
possible that I
kişilik
wouldn't have attended.
bu durumda belki de
felt I had to
katılmayabilirdim
attend
zirveye.
because of the fact
Ama ben
that, you know, I
katılmam
know he's gone
gerektiğini
all out.
düşündüm çünkü
It was a big
gerçekten
thing to have
çok
NATO come
önemli
to
bir
Turkey
lider
or
olduğunu
anyplace
düşünüyorum.
else. It's a
Türkiye'ye
big thing.
gelmek de çok önemli bir
But we
şey
weren't
bizim
treated
için.
well
Ama tabii
because
ki
we
daha
did
önce
something
bize
in
iyi
Iran.
davranılmadı.
We
Çünkü
don't need
İran'da
anybody's help.
bir operasyon
I didn't even want their
gerçekleştirdik.
help.
Kimsenin desteğine de ihtiyacımız
before I
yoktu. Hatta
asked, they
istemedim
said they
bile
wouldn't
ama
be there. And
istemeden bile
we've invested trillions
tabii
of
ki
dollars
orada
in
olmadıklarını
NATO.
ifade ettiler.
Why?
NATO'ya
To
trilyonlarca
protect
dolar
European
katkıda
countries
bulunduk.
and
Neden? Avrupa ülkelerini korumak
others,
için
Canada,
ve başka
etc. But to
diğer
protect
ülkelerde tabii
people,
Kanada dahil
countries
biz
from,
ülkelerin
generally speaking, it used to be
halklarını
the Soviet
koruduk
Union, now
ve
it's
daha
Russia.
önce Sovyetler Birliği
And
olan şu anda Rusya olan ülkelere
say
karşı
that's
bu
fine,
ülkeleri koruduk.
but
Ben
you
de
would think
tamam
that they'd be
sorun değil
very
dedim
willing
ama
to
şöyle
do
düşünürdüm
something to help
gerçekten
us.
bize destek
And
olmak
they
için
really weren't.
çok
In the case
istekli
of the
olurlar diye düşünüyorum.
United Kingdom,
Ama
the Prime Minister,
öyle
I guess
olmadılar.
he's no
Birleşik
longer
Krallık
there.
açısından
Maybe because
bakıldığında
of this, it
ki
was a very
başbakan
unpopular thing he did.
ki
He
hala
said,
görevde değil.
"No, we'll help
Ee,
after the war is
Biz
over."
savaş bittikten
I said, "I
sonra
don't
size
need that kind of
yardımcı
help."
oluruz
We
dedi.
didn't need
Ben
any
de dedim
help
ki
at
böyle
all.
bir
And in
desteğe
a way, I was
ihtiyacımız yok.
testing people. I was
Hiçbir
testing
desteğe
to see
ihtiyacımız
whether or
yok.
not
Aslında
they'd be
biraz
there, because as
test
Ron said
ediyordum.
that
Bizim yanımızda olup
we helped
olmayacaklarını
them, but
görmeye
I'm not sure
çalışıyordum.
that
Çünkü
they'd be there
biz
for us.
onlara
And Italy
yardımcı
turned
olduk
us
ama
down.
o mesela
And
İtalya'da
Germany
bizi
turned us down,
reddetti,
and France
Almanya
turned us down.
bizi reddetti, Fransa
And it's
reddetti.
okay.
Ve sorun değil
You know,
bu.
why are we
Ama
spending
neden
hundreds of billions of
100
dollars
milyarlarca dolar
and they're not there for
harcıyoruz ve
us?
ondan
We've
sonra
always been
onlar
there for them.
sıra bize geldiğinde bize destek vermiyorlar. Biz onlara her zaman destek vermişken.
Türkiye ile Suriye arasında Türkiye'de efendim
İran'daki savaşın sona erdirilmesi için oldukça çaba sarf ettiniz. Müzakere süreci devam ediyor ancak nihai bir anlaşma noktasına gelinmiş değil. Bundan sonraki süreçte Türkiye nasıl adım atacak İran ve ABD arasındaki müzakere sürecinin olumlu bir şekilde neticelenmesi için?
Bu süreçte yine aynı şekilde bizler İran-Amerika ilişkilerini nasıl bir düzleme kavuştururuz? Onun gayreti içerisindeyiz. Elimizden geleni yapmak suretiyle dünya barışına bir adım atalım diye gerek şahsım, gerek arkadaşlarım hep birlikte çalışacağız.
Ben sizlere 80 bine yakın insan hayatını kaybetti Gazze'de. Çok büyük de bir yıkım var. Ateşkes sağlandı ama yer yer bu ihlaller devam ediyor. Ateşkes ihlallerinin önlenmesi için, insani yardımların Gazze'ye girebilmesi için, ayrıca Gazze'nin yeniden inşa edilebilmesi için önümüzdeki süreçte ortak atabileceğiniz adımları değerlendirecek misiniz muhatabınızla? Müsaade buyururlarsa kendisinin de bu konudaki fikirlerini almak isteriz. Teşekkür ederiz efendim.
Özellikle Gazze konusunda tabii değerli dostumla bunları da konuşarak özellikle bu bölgedeki barışı sağlama için bu liderler zirvesini çok önemsiyoruz ve bu liderler zirvesinden aynı şekilde bir kararın çıkmasını da hayra yorumluyoruz ve bunun olabileceğine de ben ihtimal veriyorum.
efendim Türkiye-ABD ilişkilerinin geliştiği bir dönemi gözlemliyoruz. 2025 yılında geçen yıl Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ne yaptığınız ziyarette önemli ticari anlaşmalar da imzalandı. Suriye konusunda Türkiye'nin önemli bir aktör olduğunu söylemişti Sayın ABD Başkanı. Şimdi yeni dönemde gelmeden önce de Sayın Trump bir sürprizle geliyorum ifadesini kullandı. F-35'i, Kaan savaş uçaklarının motorlarını konuştuk. Acaba gündeme gelebilir mi şeklinde. Siz bu sürprizin ne olduğunu düşünüyorsunuz? Türkiye bugünkü görüşmelerden sonra istediğini alabilecek mi? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii F-35 konusu biliyorsunuz bizim için yeni bir konu değil ve bunu bizler Amerika ile daha önce de görüştük ve biz 5 uçağı da sözünü aldık ve Sayın Trump'ın bu konuda bize ayrıca sözü var ve şimdi de bu liderler zirvesinde yapacağımız görüşmelerde F-35 ile ilgili kendilerinden bu daha önce aldığımız sözün ben geleceğe yönelik olumlu şekilde test ettiğimizi biliyorum ve bu konuda da Sayın Trump her zaman sözünün arkasındadır. Burada yine inşallah F-35 konusunda bu liderler zirvesinden hayırlı bir karar çıkacağına inanıyorum.
What does that mean?
Ne demek istediniz?
Third party? What is the
Üçüncü
third?
taraf.
With
Üçüncü
respect to
taraf
what?
ne ile ilgili üçüncü taraf?
About the Russian missile defense system. Do you have those concerns about this system? Are they going
I
to
have
have
no
to...
concerns at all about
Benim
anything. I mean,
hiçbir
he's
konuda hiçbir endişem yok.
a leader of
Çünkü
country that he's made a much
kendisi bir
better
ülkenin bir
country, much
lideri
more
ki çok
powerful
daha iyi bir
country.
ülke haline getirdi.
You
Çok
see
daha
it. I
güçlü
mean,
bir
it's
ülke
beautiful.
haline
You get off
getirdi.
the roads
Görüyorsunuz
of
zaten çok güzel
it's
yollara
amazing
bakıyorsunuz.
thing.
Harika
Now, I have
işler
no concerns
yapılmış.
about
Benim
anything having to do with
hiçbir
Turkey. The
şeyle ilgili
relationship,
Türkiye konusunda bir
I would say
endişem
the
yok.
relationship
İlişkilerimizle
with Turkey
ilgili
right
olarak
now is
Türkiye ile
better probably
ilişkilerimiz
than
şu
it's ever
anda
been. It was good in my
belki şimdiye
first
kadar
4 years, but
olduğundan çok daha iyi.
I think
İlk
now it's
4 yılında
probably
da
even better
iyiydi
than
ama
that, if
şu
that's
anda
possible.
o zamandan daha da iyi olması bile mümkün diyebilirim.
Sir, U.S. military and Turkish military constitute a really strong and large military base for NATO. Are we expecting further defense cooperation out of this bilateral meeting, out of this NATO summit here in Ankara?
well, we're going to find out when I go there. We're
Oraya
going to find out.
gittiğimde
We're going to be
göreceğiz. Oraya
having meetings.
gittiğimde
I'm very
göreceğiz.
friendly with
Toplantılar
many of the leaders.
yapacağız ve liderlerin
Some
çoğuyla
of them
çok
are new. We don't
dostane
know them.
ilişkilerim
But,
var.
I've been
Bazıları
doing this for
yeni,
now
onları tanımıyorum ama
sort of a
bu
long
işi bir
time.
süredir yapıyorum, uzun zamandır.
If you count the 4 years where we had a
Özellikle
rigged
de 4
election,
yılı da
it was
sayacak
very much into
olursanız,
politics
oradaki
then too.
hileli seçimleri de
But I spent the
sayacak
first 4
olursanız,
years, I spent
ki
4
siyaset
years
yayınları
in
takip ediyorsunuzdur.
little different
4
state.
yılımı
And then
bu şekilde
we've had an
harcadım
amazing,
ve harika,
probably the best year maybe ever
muhtemelen en iyi,
had by an
şimdiye
American
kadar
president.
bir
When you
Amerikan
look at the
başkanının
economy, we have
sahip olduğu
the
en iyi
greatest
dönemi
economy
yaşadık.
we've ever
Ekonomiye
had. We
bakacak
have
olursanız şimdiye kadarki en
$19
iyi
trillion,
ekonomimiz oldu.
19.2 trillion dollars to be
19.2
exact,
trilyon dolar
being
aslında
invested in
tam
the
olarak
United
ifade edecek
States. That's
olursak ABD'ye
7 or
yatırım
8 times
yapıldı.
more than
Bu
it's ever had. It's a
şimdiye
world record,
kadarki
not just a US
yapılan
record.
yatırımdan 7-8 kat daha
And I
fazla.
just
Sadece
read, we're in fact coming over, I was just
aslında en iyi
Kevin, I
rakam
was
değil,
in the car with
dünyadaki en
those
iyi
beautiful
rakam
horses,
ki
those
bu
great
çok
riders,
güzel
those
buraya
great
gelirken
soldiers.
de
And
atları gördüm, çok güzel
it
at
came over the
binicilerini
wires
gördüm,
that
çok güzel
Toyota is moving
askerleri
out of
gördüm ve
Mexico
Toyota
into
Meksika'dan
the
da
United States
artık
and
çıkıyor,
building one of the
Amerika'ya
biggest
taşınıyor ve
truck and car plants
en
ever built.
büyük şimdiye kadarki
It's amazing.
araç
That's
ve
what tariffs
kamyon
do,
üretim
properly
tesisini
used. And,
üretecek. Bu
so
gerçekten
we've never
harika
had
bir gelişme.
a
Şimdiye
more
kadar
exceptional
hiç daha
economy or
istisnai
potential
bir
economy.
ekonomi
There's
veya
never been
potansiyel
anything like
ekonomiye
it.
sahip olmadık.
Under the
Şimdiye kadar
last
hiç böyle bir
administration,
ekonomi
they did
olmadı.
much less
Son yönetim
than $1 trillion of
de
investment coming in.
aslında sadece
And we're at
1
19.2
trilyon
trillion
civarında bir yatırım
in
oldu.
actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, really,
aslında
so
12 ayda
they were a year and a half, so that
yani
number is now
1,5 yıl
substantially
içerisinde
higher.
şimdi
But
bu rakam çok daha kayda değer nitelikte
19.2
yüksek
trillion,
ama
Scott,
19.2
for a
trilyon
period of 12 months, nobody's
12
ever seen
aylık bir
anything like
dönemde
that. So
alındı. Kimse
we
şimdiye
have by
kadar
far
böyle bir
the
şey
greatest
görmedi.
economy.
Dolayısıyla
We
açık
have
arayla en iyi
more jobs right
ekonomiyiz.
now in the United
Şu anda
States than ever
Amerika'da
before.
şimdiye
And we have a great
kadarkinden
relationship
çok daha
with some
fazla istihdam
countries on
yaratıldı
trade, and
ve
Turkey
ticaretle
happens to
ilgili
be
olarak
one of them.
ülkelerle harika ilişkilerimiz var. Türkiye'de bunlardan bir tanesi.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, siz her fırsatta dünya beşten büyüktür, daha adil bir dünya mümkün tutuyorsunuz. Bugün konuğumuz Sayın Trump, ABD Başkanı, onun da zaman zaman küresel sistemin mevcut durumuna ilişkin eleştirilerini biliyoruz. NATO'nun iki en büyük askeri gücü olarak bu noktada, bu eleştiriler doğrultusunda ortak bir adım, ortak bir girişimde bulunması önümüzdeki süreçte söz konusu olabilir mi?
NATO'da iki önemli ülke olarak gerek Amerika gerekse Türkiye, bizler bu liderler zirvesinden de dayanışma içerisinde güçlü bir çıkışı sağlayacağız ve bunu da başaracağımıza inanıyorum.
Başından bu yana ara buluculuk tesis ettiğiniz iki ülkenin Dışişleri Bakanlarını Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda bir araya getirdiniz. İstanbul'da çok önemli müzakereler yürüttünüz. Bu zirve kapsamında da Sayın Trump'ın Sayın Zelenski ile görüşeceğini biliyoruz. Nihai aşama olarak hangi noktadayız? Savaşın sonlanması konusundaki gidişata ilişkin değerlendirmeniz nedir? Teşekkürler.
Antalya Diplomasi Forumu'nda Dışişleri Bakanlarımız bir araya geldiler. İstanbul müzakere sürecini de
Is that for me? Are you asking me or are you asking the president?
Soruyu bana mı sordunuz yoksa Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı'na mı sordunuz?
The president, yes.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, buyurun.
Biz Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki bu gelişmeleri de yine değerli dostumla burada paylaşacağız, görüşeceğiz ve ona göre de adımlarımızı atacağız.
Televizyon kanalından Hatice Kübra Bal. Benim sorum da aslında az önce biraz yanıtladınız ama Türkiye'nin 5. nesil uçağı Kaan motorları için F-110 motorlarından söz edeceğiz. Aynı zamanda kassa yaptırımları ve bu bağlamda da F-35 alımı ile ilgili aslında bu görüşmeden bir somut sonuç bekleyebilir miyiz? Onu merak ediyoruz.
ben bunu daha önce değerli dostumla görüştüm ve Kaan'la ilgili onun motorları noktasında bu liderler zirvesinde bu görüşmeyi değerli dostumla tekrar bir araya geldik. Onu görüşeceğiz ve inanıyorum ki bununla ilgili bize verdiği müjdeyi burada da tekrar edecektir. Ve bu müjdeyle de herhalde liderler zirvesinde kendisine teşekkür edeceğiz.
You know, I might add that
Şöyle ekleyebilirim.
Turkey bought planes. It's the
Türkiye
best
uçak satın aldı
plane.
ve gerçekten
But they
en iyi
bought planes
uçak.
from the United
Ama
States.
Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden
And
uçak satın
when you buy a
aldılar
plane from
ve
the
bir
United
uçak satın
States, if,
aldığınızda Amerika Birleşik
there's
Devletleri'nden
engine
bir
rehab and other things that are
motoru
done to engines, there's
yenileme gibi
various
veya
things that
motorla
happen,
ilgili yapılan
including
çeşitli
just maintenance.
çalışmalar var.
I think we
Sadece
have an
bakımını bile
obligation to
dahil olmak
maintain
üzere. Bence
engines and help them maintain
motorların
engines.
bakımını sağlama,
When you buy a
motorların
plane from
bakımının
us, what are
devam
we going to say?
ettirilmesi
You're
konusunda
buying a plane,
yükümlülüklerimiz var. Yani bir uçak
if
satın
the engine needs
aldığınızda
work or if the
eğer
engine
motorla ilgili bir çalışma
has to
yapılması
be
gerekiyorsa veya
rehabilitated or
motorun
even
yeniden
upgraded
düzenlenmesi
somewhat,
veya bazen güncellenmesi,
I think we have an
yükseltilmesi
obligation to do it. What are you
gerekiyorsa
going to
bunu
do?
da
Say, I'm
yapma
not going to do
konusunda bir
that?
yükümlülüğümüz
Look,
var. Ne yapacaksınız?
Turkey's been, I
Yapmıyorum mu
know, you know,
diyeceksiniz?
a lot of people
Yani ben birçok kişinin
don't agree, although I think with
bu
time
konuda
they're starting to.
katılmadığını biliyorum ama
Turkey has been a great
hatta,
ally for us.
Türkiye bizim için
Turkey's
gerçekten
been-
çok harika bir
Turkey could have
müttefik
gone on the
oldu.
side. They know
Türkiye,
Iran very well,
İran'ı çok iyi
and they
tanıyor.
know the problems with Iran.
Sorunları,
But
İran'daki
they've been
sorunları
very
da çok iyi
instrumental along
biliyorlar
with
ama
a
gerçekten
couple of other countries
diğer birçok
of helping.
birkaç tane
They could have
ülkeyle
gotten
birlikte de
into the
yardımcı olma
fight.
konusunda
You
çok
know, here's
yardımcı
some
oldular.
people
Mücadeleye de
saying
katılabilirlerdi.
about their
Bazı
relationship with
insanlar
Israel. They
İsrail
could have gotten into
ilişkilerinden
the fight.
bahsediyorlar. Mücadeleye
They're
onlar
a
da
very powerful
katılabilirlerdi. Gerçekten
military
çok
nation.
güçlü bir
They didn't
ülke,
do that.
askeri
Maybe
anlamda
they
güçlü
didn't do
bir
that
ülke ama
because
bunu
of me.
yapmadılar. Belki bunu
But they could
benim
have gotten
yüzümden
into
yapmadılar.
the fight
Ama
on the other side.
diğer taraftan
They are
taraftan da
a
aslında
nation that's been
mücadeleye
very, very
katılabilirlerdi.
good. And I can
Türkiye
speak
ülke
for
olarak
myself
çok
as
çok iyi bir
president.
ülke oldu ve ben sadece
They've been
başkan
extraordinary in many
olarak
ways
kendi bakış açımdan
with
bunu
respect
söyleyebilirim.
to
Olağan
our
dışı bir ülke
relationship,
oldular birçok açıdan
including trying to
ilişkilerimizle
end the
ilgili
war with
olarak. Bunun
Iran,
içerisinde
or whatever
İran'la
you call it. It's not
savaşın
even a
sona
war, it's a
erdirilmesi
military operation.
aslında sadece savaş
It's
da
a
değil, askeri harekat
denuclearization.
anlamında
That's really what
öyle
it
de
is of
diyebiliriz.
Iran,
Aslında
because I don't think
nükleersizleştirilmesi
he wants to see
diyebiliriz
them have a
İran'la
nuclear
ilgili.
weapon either. I'm
Çünkü
pretty sure of
eminim
that.
ki Cumhurbaşkanı da orada
I'm totally
nükleer
sure of
silahların
that.
olmasını istemezdir.
So,
Aslında
but
tamamen
when they buy a
eminim diyebilirim
product
bu
from us,
konuda.
whether it's a
Dolayısıyla
plane or
bizden bir
anything
ürün
else,
satın alındığında
when
ister
it's
uçak
time
olsun
for
ister
maintenance, I
başka
think
bir
we
şey
have, don't
olsun
we have an
bakım
obligation
zamanı
to help them?
geldiğinde
What are we gonna
bence
do? Say, we're not
yardımcı
gonna-
olma konusunda bir yükümlülüğümüz
we're not
var. Ne
gonna let you
yapacağız?
use the product that you
Ürünü
spent a lot of money in
kullanmanıza
buying?
izin vermeyeceğiz mi
And especially
diyeceğiz
when it's
satın almak
been
için bu kadar
somebody
para
that
harcamışken.
frankly
Dolayısıyla
has been
samimi
more
olmak
helpful
gerekirse
to the United States
Amerika
than
Birleşik
many other
Devletleri'ne
more
diğer
traditional
birçok daha
countries.
geleneksel ülkeye kıyasla daha yardımcı olan bir ülkeden bahsediyoruz.
I do. I had a very good
Evet.
talk with President
Gerçekten,
Putin, who, by the way, has a lot of respect for
Başkan Putin'le gerçekten
President
iyi bir
Erdogan.
görüşme
A lot of
gerçekleştirdim.
respect for him.
Kendisinin de
We had a
Sayın
long talk
Cumhurbaşkanı
yesterday, lasted a
Erdoğan'a
long
çok büyük
time,
saygısı
and
var.
I also spoke with President Zelensky right after that.
Süre önce
I
de
think they
tekrar
both want to
görüşmüştük.
make a deal.
Başkan
It's too bad it
Zelenski
took
ile
so
de
long.
görüştüm.
think there's gonna
Aslında
be
bence
something's
anlaşmaya
gonna
varmak
come out,
istiyorlar.
and
Bu kadar uzun
the president's
sürmesi
also helping
kötü
us with
oldu.
that, but I think
Ama
there's
tabii ki
something- You know, I
bu
settled 8
anlamda
wars. And I think we're going to be settling a ninth. It
8.
doesn't seem likely
savaşı
now, but
sonlandırdık.
sometimes
Sanırım
when
9.'yu
with war, I see
sonlandıracağız. Zaman
when it's
zaman
least
savaş
likely,
dediğiniz
that's when it
zaman
happens.
belki de en
I had a very good
beklemediğiniz
talk
zaman
with President
sona
Putin. I had a very
erebilir.
good talk with.
Putin'le
I would
çok
say
güzel
as a
bir görüşme
combination.
yaptım.
A lot of times I
Ve
do
yine
well with
aslında
Putin, and
zaman zaman
Zelensky
şöyle
would be
diyeyim,
a problem, or vice versa.
sıklıkla Putin'le
Zelensky
iyi
would be
anlaşıyorum
great,
ya da Zelenski
and
ile
Putin would be-
anlaşamıyorum
They
ya da
both
bunun
wanna
tam
get it
tersi oluyor.
settled
Ama
now.
her ikisi de
More
şu
than
anda
that, that's
aslında
all I do in
bir
my life
anlaşmaya
is
varmak
deals.
istiyorlar. Benim
More
hayatta
deals.
yaptığım tek şey zaten
And
böyle
I
anlaşmalara
think
varmak.
they are going to. I think we're
Ve
going to get it settled.
bu anlamda sanırım
Hopefully
yakın bir
soon.
zamanda kısa bir süre
Last month,
içerisinde bunu sonlandıracağız.
35,000 mostly
Geçtiğimiz ay
soldiers died.
35 bin
The month
birçoğu
before
asker
that,
olmak üzere
it was
hayatını kaybetti.
24,000.
Ondan
The month
önceki ay
before that, it was
44 bindi.
27,000.
Ondan önce
And the
27
month before
bindi.
that, it was 29,000.
Yine tabii ki ondan önce 29
The last
bindi.
month it was
Geçtiğimiz ay
35,000
ise
young
35
soldiers,
bin
mostly
genç
soldiers
asker,
died.
çoğunluğu da asker
And that's
olmak üzere kişi
crazy.
hayatını kaybetti ve bu çılgınca.
Lerinden bahsediyoruz ancak savunma sanayi işbirliğimizi sürdürebilmemiz için Amerika'nın katsayı yaptırımlarını da kaldırmış olması gerekiyor. Büyükelçi Barak burada. Kendisinin bu konuda aslında mesajları da oldu geçtiğimiz aylarda. Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konuda olumlu düşündüğünü biliyoruz. Hem ticaret hacmi hedefine ulaşmak hem de NATO zirvesinde burada Sayın Trump gelmeden önce de açıkladılar. Aslında Türkiye'nin hattıyla zirveye katıldığını da açıkladılar ama aynı zamanda kasa yaptırımlarının Türkiye'ye uygulanıyor olmasının bir tezat olduğu düşünülüyor. Bu noktada, bu görüşmede artık somut bir netice alınabilir mi? Ayrıca siz bunu gündeme taşıyacaksınızdır. Muhtemelen Sayın Başkan'ın da bu konudaki düşünceleri de alabilirsem mutlu olurum. Teşekkür ediyorum.
I can tell you, we're going to be taking the sanctions off.
Evet, şöyle söyleyeyim, evet, bu
Okay.
müeyyideler
I don't want him to waste
kaldırılacaklar.
his time answering that
Zaman
question
harcamak
because
istemiyorum bu soruyu
we're working
cevaplamak
very
için.
closely
Zaten
with
çok yakinen çalışıyoruz ve
Rubio, very famous
Marco
man,
Rubio ile çok ünlü bir
great
kişi
Secretary of
biliyorsunuz.
State, and with
Çok iyi
Scott
bir Dışişleri
Bessent,
Bakanı,
and
Scott
with Pete
Bessent'le
and everybody
birlikte
else,
Pete
we're gonna
ve
be
tüm
taking the
meslektaşlarımla
sanctions off.
birlikte
It's time
artık bu
to do that.
müeyyideleri kaldıracağız. Zamanı geldi.
Okay? We don't want to sanction friends. It's very
Evet,
simple.
dostlarımıza bu tür
There's plenty of
yaptırımları
people we
uygulamak
can
istemiyoruz.
sanction, and we
Çok
are
basit.
sanctioned.
Zaten
We don't wanna
yaptırım uygulanacak yeterince
sanction
insan
friends.
var.
And,
Dostlarımıza yaptırım
because of
uygulamak
the
istemiyoruz
president,
ve
you know, we have a very good
Cumhurbaşkanı
relationship with
için
new
bunu ifade
leader of
edebilirim.
Syria, and he's done
Suriye'nin
an
yeni
amazing
lideriyle
job.
de
In a year and a
gerçekten
half,
iyi bir
he's pulled
ilişkimiz
the whole
var. Bir
country
buçuk yılda
together.
gerçekten bütün
And I have
ülkeyi
a very great
topladı
relationship
ve çok
with
iyi
him.
bir iş
And somebody
çıkardı.
said, well, he's
Onlarla da
pretty
çok
rough
iyi bir iş
to put him
çıkardım.
there. I approved him along
Bazı
with the
kişiler
president.
ama
We were
biraz
the two
sert
that really
dediler.
wanted him.
Evet, Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı ile
And he's done
birlikte
a great
gerçekten
job. He's
orada
done
da
a
çok
great job.
çalıştık ve
He's
çok iyi
pulled
bir
it
iş
together.
çıkardı. Her
Not an
şeyi bir
easy
araya
job.
getirdi ki kolay değildi işi.
Media post yesterday with respect to Prime Minister Maloney, that True Social post with the restraining order.
Oh, I don't know. I think she's a nice person.
Evet,
actually.
bence
We've had a good,
Sayın
we had
Meloni
a
iyi
bad
bir kişi.
relationship. It became a little bad because
Biraz
she refused
ilişkimiz
to help us.
kötüleşti çünkü
Again, I
bize
didn't put a heavy
destek
press on her.
vermek
But she
istemedi.
refused to get
Ama
involved with
yine de bu
the
sürece
Hormuz Strait.
katılmak
Or
istemedi. Hürmüz
you could also say
Boğazı'nda
just
dahil
Iran.
olmak
She
istemedi.
refused to get involved.
Yani ya da sadece İran
So
diyebiliriz.
it soured
İran
my
konusuna
relationship
girmek
with her
istemedi.
a little bit.
Kendisiyle
But I
ilişkimizi
like her. I
biraz
think she's a
bu
nice
sıkıntıya
person,
soktu
actually,
ama
but
iyi
I
bir
think she
kişi
made a
olduğunu
mistake.
düşünüyorum.
You know, they
Ama
get a lot
bence
of
bir
their
hata
oil from.
yaptı.
We don't get any of it.
Zaten
We have a lot
biz
of oil. The
oradan
United
mesela
States
petrol
has
almıyoruz.
more
Amerika
oil
Birleşik
than anybody. When you
Devletleri'nin
add
dünyada herkesten
Venezuela
daha fazla
to it,
petrolü
it's like
var.
we have
Buna
far more
Venezuela'da
oil than any- we don't
eklendiğinde
need the
dünyada çok
trace. We do
petrol
this
kaynağı
because we
olan
think
bir
it's an
ülkeyiz. Bizim
important
buna
thing to do. But,
ihtiyacımız yok. Onların aslında ihtiyacı var.
she just wasn't there
Ama
for us.
bizi orada
And I
desteklemedi,
wasn't
yanımızda
happy about
olmadı.
that. You can imagine,
Ve
I wasn't happy
tabii
about
ki
that.
ben de bundan çok memnun olmadım, tahmin edersiniz.
Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem
About with what?
Russia-Ukraine? Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he
Never
had?
changed. I just don't want him killing people.
Hiç
You know, it doesn't affect the
İnsan
United
öldürmelerini
States.
istemiyorum. Bu Amerika
When
Birleşik
Biden
Devletleri'ni de
was here, he
etkilemiyor.
gave them
Biden
hundreds
buraya
of billions of
geldiğinde
dollars
onlara
worth
yüz
of
milyarlarca
equipment. Now I sell the
dolarlık
equipment for,
ekipman
you know,
verdi.
fair price,
Ben şimdi
full
bunları
price.
satıyorum, hibe
And I
etmiyorum
sell it not to
bu,
Ukraine, I sell it to
bu
the
tür
European Union. They pay
mühimmat
us.
veya silahlı
But
araçlara.
with me, it's not
Avrupa
anything to
Birliği
do
tabii
other
ki
than
bize
I'd like
bununla
to
ilgili
save
ödemeler
lives.
yapıyor ama ben hayat
You have
kurtarmak
25,
istiyorum.
35, 30.
25,
One
35,
time it hit
30,
41,000 a
bir
month.
kere ayda 41 bine
souls.
ulaştı.
They're dead.
41 bin hayat
They leave their mother in
kaybedildi
Ukraine, they
ve
leave their mother and
Ukrayna'da
father in
anneleri
Russia, Ukraine.
var,
They
Rusya'da
wave
anneleri
goodbye,
babaları var.
and a week
Bu
later they're
askerlere
dead.
el sallayarak gönderiyorlar. Bir
It's
hafta
crazy.
sonra hayatlarını kaybediyor.
And
Bu
I would
tamamen
like to see, it doesn't
çılgınca
affect
ve
us.
bunu
It's
söylemek
really,
istiyorum. Bu
you know,
bizi
it's
etkileyen
far
bir şey
away.
değil. Gerçekten
It affects
uzaktayız. Avrupa'yı
Much
etkileyen
more.
bir
We're there to
durum.
help Europe.
Ama tabii
But
ki biz
it
orada
doesn't affect the
Avrupa'ya
United States.
destek
We have an
vermek
ocean
için
in between.
bulunuyoruz ama
But,
burada tabii ki
you know,
bir nosyon geliştirmek
just-
lazım. Bir
I can't
okyanus
stand
var
watching
bizim
what's
aramızda.
happening.
Ama burada
I've
olup
seen the
biteni
pictures of those
izleyemem.
battlefields.
Bu savaş
And it's a
meydanlarının
drone war.
fotoğraflarını
It's a
gördüm. Bu
war of
aslında
drones.
tamamen
It's a whole new technology. And we're
dronların
actually the leader in drones
bu
now.
tür
We have the most
teknolojinin
sophisticated drones,
savaşı.
but
Biz de zaten
people
en
wouldn't
sofistike
believe how
dronları üreten ülkeyiz.
violent it is.
Ama
And I've seen the battlefields.
insanlar
They send me
bunun ne
pictures.
kadar
I actually wanna
şiddet
say,
içerebileceğini
don't
tahmin
send
bile
them to me.
etmiyorlar.
Pete,
Bana bir
this man
fotoğraf
right here
gönderdiler.
sends me pictures.
Bana göndermeyin artık bu
Pete
fotoğrafları
said.
dedim. Pete göndermişti.
And I said, "Pete, you know
Ve
what?
dedim ki
Doesn't
kendisine
help to look.
hiçbir
never
şekilde
seen
bakmak
anything like it.
yardımcı
It's
olmuyor. Hiç böyle
carnage.
bir şey görmedim.
should
Tamamen
stop.
yıkım ve kıyım. Ve bu kıyımın durması gerekiyor.
Open to any concessions to end the war? Did Putin seem open to any concessions to end the war in your call with him?
I get along very well with both, and we're
Evet,
going to
her
get it
ikisiyle
settled.
de çok iyi
And
anlaşıyorum ve
President
buna
Erdogan's
bir
helping us
şekilde
get it settled.
ulaşacağımıza
As he's
inanıyorum ve
helping with
Cumhurbaşkanı
Iran.
Erdoğan İran'da da olduğu gibi bize bu konuda da yardımcı oluyor, destek veriyor ve bu sorunu en kısa zamanda çözeceğiz.
With respect to what? Well, that's what hurt my relationship
Evet,
with
aslında benim
NATO.
ilişkimi, NATO ile
Because
ilişkimi
Greenland doesn't help
etkileyen buydu.
Denmark.
Çünkü Grönland hiçbir şekilde
Denmark doesn't
Danimarka'ya
spend
yardımcı olmuyor.
money to really help
Danimarka,
Greenland,
Grönland'a
but it's an important
bir
part for the
harcama
United
da
States.
bulunmuyor.
And it's
Ama
surrounded
Amerika
by
Birleşik
China
Devletleri'nin
ships
önemli bir parçası
and
ve
Russian
Çin
ships.
ve
And that's
Rus
not gonna happen.
gemileri
The ships
etrafında
is
dolaşıyor
not
ve
gonna happen.
bu olabilecek
It was
olan
Greenland that, and
tehditler de
it
var.
continues to be.
Evet, Grönland aslında
That should
burada
be controlled by the
benim
United States,
aklımda olan
not
bir
by
şey.
Denmark.
Mutlaka
And
Danimarka
when they
değil,
wouldn't go
Amerika Birleşik
along with
Devletleri
it, and with
tarafından
all the
kontrol
money we
edilmesi
spend to
lazım.
help them
Ve
with
bütün
Russia,
harcamalarımız,
we don't have to
Rusya'ya
spend
karşı
any money.
yaptığımız
We could remove
yardımları
all of our
düşündüğümüzde biz
soldiers
hiç
out of Europe.
para harcamak zorunda
Because as you
değiliz.
probably
Avrupa'dan bütün
noticed,
askerlerimizi
Europe's a
de
very
çekebiliriz.
different
Çünkü
place
Avrupa
than it was
bildiğiniz
20
gibi
years ago.
20 yıl
Lot
öncesine
different,
oranla çok
much
farklı bir yer.
Much
Sadece
different, and they
farklı
better
değil,
be
çok
careful
çok farklı.
with
Ve bu
immigration
anlamda çok
and
dikkatli
energy.
olmaları gerekiyor.
If they're
Göç
not
ve
careful
enerji
with those two
konularında.
things,
Eğer bu iki
you're not gonna have a
konuya
Europe
dikkat
anymore.
etmezlerse artık
Okay,
Avrupa bile
thank you very
kalmayacak.
much, everybody.
Evet, çok teşekkürler hepinizle bir kez daha.
Değerli arkadaşlar,
One thing, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Harika gerçekten. İnanılmaz bir şey yani.
Pa mi smo uvijek zastupali, to je od pamtivijeka načelo slobode plovidbe i sigurnosti, da je sloboda sigurnosti svaka zemlja i članica međunarodne zajednice Ujedinjenih naroda. Dakle, imamo jednaku odgovornost i sloboda plovidbe bi trebala biti zajamčena, ali o tome će naravno se može razgovarati. Ali za nas je apsolutno sigurnost plovidbe.
Evo, vezala bi se na Tihomira, pa bi dodala da u nacrtu deklaracije piše da su se sve zemlje članice, a to je usvojeno na razini veleposlanika, znači to je formalnost zapravo na kraju ovog foruma, da su sve zemlje članice se usuglasile da Iran ne smije imati nuklearno oružanje i B, slobodnu plovidbu hormuškim tjesnacem. Što bi to značilo na razini cijelog saveza? Kako vi to vidite?
Pa vidim kao jedan napredak i upravo ovaj današnji summit, ovogodišnji summit pridonosi jedinstvu, jačanju jedinstva, transatlantske suradnje i ono što je, kada govorimo o obrani i sigurnosti, Europe i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, niti Sjedinjene Američke Države mogu bez Europe, niti je Europa bez Sjedinjenih Američkih Država, ali vi ste vidjeli u zadnjih mjeseci, počev od one subote 28. veljače, što se sve događalo i koliko smo bili zabrinuti upravo i zbog hormuškog tjesnaca koji je bio zatvoren i koliko su građani, koliko je Hrvatska, naravno isto kao i sve druge države, koliko je vlada bila angažirana u smanjivanju, u pridonošenju, smanjivanju utjecaja, negativnih implikacija na ono što se događalo, dakle, zbog hormuškog tjesnaca, to je visoka cijena energetske derivate, energenata općenito. Tako da i ovo što se događalo u međuvremenu i višeputno sastajanje i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država i Irana za pregovarački stol, što smo mi od početka pozdravili. Evo i pozdravili smo i što se to dogodilo u Pakistanu. Pakistan je bio medijator, to je zemlja upravo gdje ću ja biti sutra prvi europski ministar koji će posjetiti tu zemlju koja je doista važna i koja opet nudi i dalje svoje usluge. Svakako da su ove teme, apsolutno da će biti na stolu, da će se o njima razgovarati. Ono što je najvažnije je zapravo da nema ratnih djelovanja, da je hormuški tjesnac otvoren i da sad o raznim drugim modalitetima će se nastaviti razgovarati, kao što se razgovaralo još od 2015. 16. godine o ugovoru o nuklearnom naoružanju. Tako da sve je to na stolu. I želimo čuti što će drugi isto tako reći. Mislim da to glavni tajnik Mark Rutte dobro koordinira i ono što je najvažnije da imamo afirmativan pristup prema budućnosti našega saveza i cjelokupnom euroatlantskog prostora, ali i međunarodne zajednice, jer mir je, nema alternativne za mir. A s pogledom isto tako i na Ukrajinu.
Sada dolaze u ovim trenucima Ursula von der Leyen, predsjednica Europske komisije i predsjednik Europskog vijeća. Dolaze zajedno na razgovor. Vi imate nekoliko programa koji su kompatibilni, ali opet s jedne strane imamo SAFE u koji Europska unija, odnosno država Europske unije, ulažu novac za proširenje kapaciteta, s druge strane ono što NATO traži, prije svega američki predsjednik, da se to i formalizira. Tako se samo prisjetimo da je prošli tjedan dok je bio u Washingtonu, glavni tajnik Rutte rekao da se Vladimir Putin nikako ne boji preuzetih obveza, nego njihovih izvršavanja. Smatrate li vi i vaši kolega na ovim sastancima da zaista se izvršavaju obveze koje su preuzete u Hagu i s druge strane da je to dobar tempo, odnosno da se to događa na vrijeme?
Pa vaše pitanje je apsolutno u redu, jer ono zapravo prati dinamiku svega onoga što se događa u ovoj vrlo izazovnom vremenu s kojima gdje smo suočeni sa velikom krizom na Bliskom istoku i naravno ratom, agresijom Rusije na Ukrajinu, ali u svemu trebamo razgovarati i razgovarat ćemo. Ja mislim da jesmo, da je tu NATO savez apsolutno ispunio svoje obveze i da je tu gospodin glavni tajnik u pravu.
Možda još jedno neizbježno pitanje ministre, to smo pitali i ministra Anušića prije 2-3 sata. Jeste li, s obzirom da na samitu Hrvatskog predstavlja predsjednik Milanović, odnosno uvijek predstavlja predsjednik Republike, jeste li vaše stavove usuglasili sa uredom njegovim?
Pa vidite, kad govorimo o stavovima, sve ono što radi se za predsjednika države, za predsjednika Sabora, za predsjednika vlade, to radi Ministarstvo vanjskih i europskih poslova, to je zajednički servis, to je zajedničko tijelo koje priprema materijale. Vi ste spomenuli da je sve i ova deklaracija dogovorena na razini veleposlanika, prema tome tu nema nekakvih posebnih iznenađenja. Kada govorimo o vanjskoj politici, onda znate da je predsjednik vlade apsolutno vodi vladu i državu u onom smjeru koja je kompatibilna i koja je usuglašena sa glavnim smjerom kojeg vodi Europska unija, koja vodi NATO savez i osobito kada je u pogledu Ukrajina. Predsjednikovi istupi nekad odudaraju od tog smjera, tako da idemo vidjeti što će predsjednik isto tako sutra reći. Nadamo se da neće biti iznenađenja.
Znači niste upoznati sa onim što će...
Ja ne znam što će predsjednik govoriti. Ja znam što je Ministarstvo vanjskih i europskih poslova radilo. Radimo zajedno s našim saveznicima, s našim partnerima, prije svega sa saveznicima. To je jedna uobičajena diplomatska aktivnost gdje naše stalno predstavništvo u Briselu radi, priprema i čak i predlaže usuglašeno onaj narativ koji je narativ NATO saveza i koji ne bi trebao odskakati. Hoće li predsjednik doći u situaciju da kaže nešto drugo? Ja to ne znam. Dakle, kada dođe na red predsjednika govoriti, onda će on reći, hoće on pročitati ili će ono što mu je pripremljeno u 3 minute ili će reći nešto drugo, ja to ne znam. Ali mi znamo koji je stav nas kao zemlje članice, lojalne članice NATO saveza, dakle i svih onih vrijednosti koje smo preuzeli našim članstvom u NATO savezu. A o drugome ja ne mogu govoriti koji će biti njegov nastup.
Ministre, iako se ovdje većina zemalja koje su došle i u završnoj deklaraciji, pogotovo glavni tajnik, šalju poruke jedinstva, sklada, dakle da nema problema u Savezu, ipak je Donald Trump, nema sad dugo da je održao jedan zajednički susret s predsjednikom Erdoganom i od njega smo ponovno mogli čuti poruke kako smatra da SAD treba kontrolirati Grenland, kako ponovno je tu bila kritika prema ostatku NATO saveza, odnosno prema europskim zemljama članicama. Dakle, koliko vas brine nestabilnost koja stalno dolazi od predsjednika Trumpa bez obzira na sve vrste dogovora?
Pa ne brine nas jer smo mi naučili već na jedan način ili stil kako predsjednik Trump to govori. Bilo je to i u ranijim mjesecima i tako dalje. Vidite, i kada ne bi bilo sklada negdje, mi apsolutno trebamo njegovati tendenciju prema stvaranju sklada. Jer, čujte, drugačije nemate alternativu za jedan savez čiji su ciljevi jedinstvo, solidarnost, kolektivna obrana i zajedničko odvraćanje od prijetnji. Tako da tu samo mogu ja sad, čini mi se po ovome kako smo i pripremili ovaj NATO summit i deklaraciju i općenito sve dokumente koji se činjavaju ovaj summit, mislim da možemo reći da sam optimističan i da možemo reći u odnosu na ranije godine da će ovaj summit biti jako dobar i da će polučiti dobre rezultate i da će pokazati upravo to transatlantsko jedinstvo i zajedništvo. Hvala.
Doviđenja, Antonio. Ursula. You have to be there, yeah? Hey, my friend. How are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. You do cool.
I think this is fine.
Okay, good evening, both of you. I'm so happy that we have this opportunity. Thank you for being here at the NATO summit. I basically would say that when it comes to NATO and EU cooperation, it couldn't be better. We have a clear distinction of labor where NATO is working on the capabilities and the standards and the command and control, and basically all the rest is being handled by the European Union. So that has to do with resilience, infrastructure, the defense industrial base, but also money. And you are so successful in making sure, for example, through SAFE and all the other programs the EU is running, that the money is there supporting the 27 EU countries, 23 of which are also a member of NATO, an ally within the alliance, that the money is there. So for all these reasons, and this is crucial, because we have the Russian threat, we know the Russians work together with North Korea, China and Iran, so we cannot be naive, we have to pull together. This is exactly what we are doing, and I really want to both thank you for that. So whom can I give the floor? Is there a protocol order?
We have a protocol order, my friend.
So you first.
Dear Mark, dear Ursula, first of all, I would like to express I'm so glad with this, our strategic cooperation. Our member states, as you knowledge, are fulfilling their commitments.
Yeah.
And Europe is taking greater responsibility in our own defense.
Absolutely.
And now we need to continue. And what the European citizens expect from this Ankara summit is a clear message. Then we can continue to rely on NATO for their own defense and also for our deterrence, based on the very strong transatlantic relationship. Then my best wishes for this summit and for a clear outcome.
Thank you so much.
And also from my side, my dear friend Mark, thank you very much for this meeting here in Ankara. Indeed, a strong Europe is a strong NATO. And we are determined to fill the gaps that we see in the defense posture. And for that, we have mobilized 800 billion euros up to 2030 that have to be invested to have a strong defense industrial base. Not only do we want a strong defense industrial base, but also we want more joint venture with Ukraine, because they are highly innovative and battlefield experience. And of course, we want more joint procurement within the European Union, because this means interoperability. So many topics to discuss with you. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you so much. So
thank you.
Let's start. Bye-bye.
Bayi, savunma işlerinden sorumlu devlet bakanı.
nerede?
Gelenleri
Sağa bak!
bekliyoruz artık zaten.
Devlet başı, hostur! Haydi, ya Allah! Yılbaşı